All right. Good evening. It is Monday, December 8th. The time is now 6:31. This meeting for the Cunningham Township Board will come to order. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Wu.
Here.
Trustee Evans.
Here.
Trustee Hersey.
Here.
Trustee Colasetti. Trustee Bishop. Trustee Wilkin.
Here.
Trustee Quisenberry.
Here.
Mayor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Chenoweth. Assessor Owana. Thank you.
We have quorum. We can proceed. Next item is approval of the minutes, which there aren't any at this time. So are there any proposed additions or changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none, we will now open the floor for public input. If there's any members of the public, which we're not seeing any, so we will move on. Let me see here. We will now move to new business. Supervisor Chenoweth, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath before I start tonight. Good evening, everyone. It's winter. There's a lot of weather events happening. I wanted to give you an update that originally I had requested that we have so much business and so many end-of-year receipts that I had asked the clerk if we could meet on the 15th. And then it looked like we wouldn't have quorum on the 15th, so it was requested to have us meet on the 8th. I've requested going forward, the hardest Mondays for us is basically a Monday where it's 7 days into the month because all of our grant reporting is due end of month. So I let the clerk and mayor know that we will bring both months of town bills to January, and we're discussing and we'll bring to you a proposal for a schedule next year that corrects for some of these issues where we just have a little bit more time, because we do have 14 grants, which is the most we've ever had. And so a lot of the grant reporting is holding up some of the town board work when the town board is happening early in the month. So I wanted to give you a winter shelter update. The clerk just sent this to you as well. I'm sorry, my original email to you bounced to both Urbana accounts. I have been able to send PDFs in the past, so I wasn't quite sure what was happening. I did want to give you an update on our winter shelter. Our goal is everyone inside for winter as we work towards housing as a human right. So that is the big picture I wanted to share, and I'm also sharing this with the public online, that the Champaign County Continuum of Service Providers to the Homeless counted 82 residents, including children, actively unsheltered as of November 1st. So that's in our homeless management information system, and that is not folks in shelter, that's people outside, or in cars or abandoned buildings or moving kind of between those. So we are experiencing the highest rates of homelessness since the point in time counts happened 25 years ago or started. And then in early November, after we saw that number, and generally in watching our street outreach numbers, we created a deduplicated list with permission of 76 adult men needing some level of expansion shelter. So I had shared this with you in the past. I just wanted to provide that context for the public. In close collaboration with Friend and me and CU Public Health, we did a rapid response creation of a winter shelter, renting the old Armory building in Champaign. The shelter is funded through one-time shelter expansion funds from Illinois Department of Human Services, but because we received about 37% of what we requested, we also have been doing fundraising. So UC Friends Quaker Meeting has donated. Dr. Ann Robin recently gave a donation, and then we've received about $16,000 in angel donor funds on top of that. The shelter opened on the Tuesday, the 25th. We were trying to get ahead of the Thanksgiving weekend, and Strides then reported no turnaways. So we had one night of turnaways, that first night with 20 people. We literally had 2 hours to let folks know. because we were waiting on some confirmation from our insurance. But we've grown to 50, and we have a total of 69 intakes, or basically assessments, for folks who are eligible for shelter, and that is of today. Despite a budget gap, we are committed to staying open on days when emergency management indicates dangerous outdoor conditions, including a wind chill of 20 or below or anticipated snowfall. And we were open this last weekend, and it looks, we are now closed daytime this week because of the, I put in quotes, warmer weather, but you know, it's touching. My mother would not say it's warm, but she's from Florida. And then this weekend, it's gonna go back down to really pretty severe weather, and we do plan on staying open on those days. I wanted to just pause real quickly because that's our biggest initiative, to see if anyone had any questions, and then I can go through just a couple more bullet points from our from the supervisor's memo.
Grace?
Thank you. And so you mean being open on days rather than the nights only?
Correct.
And what's the biggest budget gap? Is that the staff cost, I imagine?
Yeah, so it's staff costs for daytime, or whether that daytime is just severe weather or not. We don't have, I'm still fundraising for nighttime with meals, but we're very close to finishing that gap. We are right now spending daytime hours when it's severe weather, and I've gotten some verbal pledges to help support that, but I don't have anything to report today.
Thank you.
Mary Alice?
Okay, just to kind of follow up a little bit on what Grace's question is, the daytime hours is the one that's affected by the staff. So the nighttime hours, is it open every night?
It's open every single night.
Okay.
And it will be open through April 30th, every single night, and that is entirely funded already. So the staff for the overnight is funded. We're still funding food, but we're close to filling that gap with angel donor funds. We're almost complete with that. The public safety issue is that those daytime hours, and at minimum, we need to cover when EMA says it's dangerous to be outside. So we're starting with that piece, and then we're going to see if we can stay open longer, but at least that piece. And what it's looking like, I mean, I'm not a weather person, but I am trying to figure out last year how many times it was under 20 degrees, because that data is available. So I should have a number soon, but it's looking like something like about half of the month in the coldest months. So about 15 days that might need to be open.
And
then
Strides is not, right, Strides is not open during the day, is that correct?
Strides is open during the day,
it
but
is.
they have space for 35 people in their day room. So essentially, they have space for 50 men and 14 women. They can expand with cots in severe weather. And then they have a small day room that's really like, it's a very small day room where you can put 35, and that's pushing it. So because of the numbers that we have in the community, Strides is already almost unable to handle the number of people that they are sheltering at night and in their day room. So the only way that our participants would be able to have indoor space is for us to be open. The only option that I'm aware of is the libraries. MTD has notified us that they are limiting it to 2 hours. Despite whatever the weather conditions are, that's the maximum they will allow a person that does not have a ticket in the space.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Chris, did you have anything?
No, I didn't.
All right, thank you.
Great. I'll just a few more bullet points. Housing Authority had approved the $367,760 for 3 projects. I wanted to remind you all, because it's quite a handsome sum, and we're very happy that the Housing Authority, that HUD has staff, at least partially, back in the office and can sign our MOU and move forward. So we have about $150,000 in rental assistance. We're just starting to spend that money now. We've essentially spent through the CDBG money from the city of Urbana. We're then going to spend the housing authority money, and then we'll go to levy. We do expect to spend our entire budget. We are looking to double the capacity of family shelter by adding 8 more units. That's really exciting because our list was significant going into winter. And you have an item before you tonight that impacts that, and that is the lease, allowing me to sign leases to execute the housing authority dollars. And then the third is $120,000 for emergency housing for workforce development participants. Right now, we're working with 8 participants in our workforce development program who are literally homeless. And so we have secured leases for folks to move in. So we're trying to basically do as many move-ins before the holidays start. We did conduct outreach to landlords, including a lunch and learn at Urbana Wellness Center. You may remember that from October 23rd. We engaged in total with 17 interested property managers, companies, and we've gotten really great results from that, and we are bringing forward a resolution to authorize the supervisor to sign leases. And that last bullet point is supposed to say if we are able to move forward with all of these pieces, we should be able to report in January, knock on wood, that actually everyone we know that is known homeless is inside. So we're almost there. So that's what that last note. And I just wanted to show a picture at our shelter at the Armory over the Thanksgiving weekend. The men volunteered to shovel the snow. This is one of our residents who went out to shovel the snow. There were multiple men who helped out. And I just want to say thank you. We maintain that we are making the neighborhood safer and cleaner with our shelter, and we will prove that during the time of the shelter. So just want to see if there's a couple other things. I wanted to mention the Careers in Motion has kind of is separated from general assistance. We have 14 participants enrolled in Careers in Motion. We will continue to make payment on those who did not apply for that position. We did accept every applicant. But those who did not apply for the position will continue to do checks through February as general assistance maintenance checks, and they will continue to do hours at Salt and Light. So we wanted to give a gentle transition for that. Those who are on that track will then have the opportunity to apply for the second round of cohort, and there are 6 positions open. So we can take up to 20. We only have 14, and so we'll give them another option. They didn't apply this first time, but if they'd like to, they can apply for Careers in Motion second time around. Let's see. We were able, rental assistance has been pretty steady. Street outreach, we were able to assist 2 families to get into stable housing last month. I do want to say that RPC opened a congregate shelter for families experiencing homelessness, and we've given that to all families we're working with. We are hearing that families are not able to access that shelter, and we also heard that no families have accessed it since November 21st. It is funded by City of Urbana through the HHI grant. We are reaching out to discuss the reasons for that and potential barriers with RPC. So that does exist. It's an important service, but there are some things that make it difficult for families to access that shelter, and we're trying to survey our families so we can give that feedback. Let's see. We do have 4 openings in our rapid rehousing program. The way that folks access rapid rehousing is that they certify, they basically receive a centralized intake for the homeless assessment, and there are numerous organizations that can do that: RPC, Promise Healthcare, ourselves, Strides, and then we receive the family that's the highest priority. So we have asked for, we received some referrals from coordinated entry. We vetted all those referrals, and we went back and are seeking additional referrals. So I think we have about 2 families in process and then 2 more open. Let's see, and I just want to say our family wait list it's been about 3 months of waiting for housing, which is not great. We'd really like to see that to go back down to 2 weeks or less. We have seen an increase in requests for food assistance, and I will point out this program that just launched. Using angel donor funds, we are offering to pay for the raw materials for organizations to provide free meals. You could be a faith-based organization, a nonprofit, or a grassroots organization, a government entity, anyone who would like to offer meals as long as they follow public health protocol and will help with that, we will pay for the food. So we're just launching this. We have a number of groups interested, and we're working on scheduling those starting in January. I do want to say that there's a lot of messages that the SNAP funds that were turned off are back on, and that's true. What I'm trying to explain to folks is that the way SNAP is structured is very similar to what happened to the aid for families with dependent children under Clinton in the 90s, which is and then became TANF. So the vast majority of families who qualify for TANF across the country don't receive TANF, and that is because there's so many onerous requirements to access TANF. Similarly, that is the model that the feds are using to reduce SNAP benefits. So what we're going to see is a long tail of reduction. There's going to be kind of a cliff at the beginning and then a long tail, and anyone who applies and doesn't meet certain criteria will actually be sanctioned, and they could be sanctioned for years and not be able to reapply for SNAP. So it is, I just want to let folks know that basically they made the eye of the needle really thin, and it's going to be very hard for families, individuals, people with disabilities, folks who are experiencing homelessness, access SNAP. That said, we have trained our whole staff on how to help people who are homeless access the waiver for residents experiencing homelessness. We've trained our help desk, and we'll start really channeling more and more folks through our help desk at Urbana Free Library to help them fill out that paperwork. So that's the best we can do at this time, in my opinion. And then this is just our open house that we had for the Armory. We had over 100 people show up, and appreciate those who showed up. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. Mary Alice.
Yes, thank you for the update. I just want to make sure I heard correctly. So the TANF, if somebody applies to TANF and they do not qualify, are they banned from applying for a certain time period?
So for SNAP, the food stamps.
Yes.
So for food stamps, I will prepare for January a little bit of an overview on this. It's very important. Basically, SNAP has a work requirement of 20 hours a week. You have to be working or volunteering, but then you get certification that you're volunteering for 20 hours a week, unless a certain set of things exist, including chronic homelessness, not any homelessness, but what is defined as chronic homelessness, folks with disabilities, et cetera. We don't work generally with folks with disabilities who have SSI. We're working with those who don't, so the federal government doesn't yet acknowledge their disability. And so there's a whole process to basically, even if folks are volunteer, it's not that hard to volunteer if you're able to. If you can find someone who will take you, the issue is like going through that paperwork process or getting that exemption. And so what we are told from IDHS and the feds is that if you apply and you don't qualify, or you apply and you end up not meeting your work requirement, especially that second, you may experience a sanction where you cannot come back and apply for a period of months, if not years.
So, I mean, I understand if you don't meet the 20 hours, but what I'm hearing you say is that if you make too much money to actually be accepted to the SNAP program, you're barred from basically Is that correct?
So
I'm sorry,
I-
I'm just trying to narrow it
No, I
down.
don't want to misspeak because I've been focused on what homeless residents are experiencing. I did get a training in this, but let me send you the documentation
that
so I
sounds good.
don't misspeak. What I know, because I also don't want folks to be so scared to apply that they feel like they're going to be sanctioned. So one, I want to say we're going to help people apply, and we're going to have digital navigators help them do that. And I will bring information about that. And two, it's really important that we help people not face that sanction or appeal the sanction if it happens. So I want whoever's listening to understand that we're going to walk through that and to not give up. And I will bring you more information about the sanctions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
All right, is there anyone else? Chris, did you have anything? All right, we will move on.
No.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll move on to new business. The first item, resolution number T 2025-12-023R, a resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign leases for HACC-funded emergency housing support services. Danielle.
Yeah, so I pulled up on the overhead, basically the three categories that we're seeking support for. It's a total of $367,760. The rental assistance is not under this resolution, but the family expansion shelter and the emergency housing for workforce development participants is under this. What we're basically asking is for you to allow me to sign leases up to the budgetary authority that you have signed off on for housing authority, so up to the kind of grant amount. I have included many leases from the landlords who have said, we're ready to work with you, and where we've done some matching. But I'm requesting, in case it doesn't work out and we need to go with a different landlord, et cetera, I'm requesting basically your authority to sign leases to move families and individuals into housing prior to the holidays.
All right, thank you. At this time, I will ask for a motion.
Move for approval of resolution number T-2025-12-023R.
Second.
Motion made by Grace, seconded by Mary Alice. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, clerk, Mary Alice, I'm sorry, thank you.
That's all right. Thank you. So, and I apologize if I missed this. How are the leases a yearly lease? Is that correct?
No, they will be for the amount that the housing authority authorizes. And so I've requested 7-month leases to get us through the summer. Originally, our MOU says up to 6 months of assistance, but I believe that means 6 payments, not a dollar amount. So the leases will all be under 12 months because of a audit requirement if we lease property 12 months or longer. So they will be somewhere between 6 and 11 months long. And it will all be within the budget line item for that particular piece.
So if HUD is saying that we can only fund it for 6 months and it goes over 6 months, how is that gap going to be filled?
So let me give, it's a little, there's 2 ways of thinking about 6 months. And the CDBG money, when we reached out to the city, what they said was, we can't pay more than 6 payments,
Right.
6 months of payments,
Right.
but we can pay more than 6 months of a time.
So you can pay 2 rent payments in one.
Exactly. So
Okay.
what I've asked
Okay.
for clarification for is, does it have to be a 6-month lease, or is it just 6 amounts of payments? Because I requested 10 months and they gave us 10 months of budget. And so I've asked them to clarify, you awarded 10 months, but your MOU says 6 months. So which is it? And they're getting clarification from me. So I won't sign it until I have that clarification. But it will be somewhere in that time frame between those two. Housing authorities also let us know that they are hoping to open up another round of funding next year. So one of the ways in which we may be able to provide kind of a full 12 months of rapid rehousing if a family needs it. Most of them don't. It's usually 4 to 6 months. But if there is a need, I think we have some other tools we could use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Grace?
Thanks so much for your work on this. I'm glad to see this money coming in and going to expanded sheltering in all sorts of forms. So this would be the township is signing the lease with the landlords directly,
Correct.
and then after that time, I imagine, well, during that time, there'll be case management and y'all working with them, and then they would have the option of maybe extending that lease in their name at that property or
Correct.
finding whatever
Yep.
other appropriate options.
Yeah, so every landlord we're working with has agreed to the program process, which is essentially that tenant has the first right for that unit as long as they qualify under that landlord. And the landlords are not looking at prior evictions. They are going to look at credit and income, and we have that 6 to 7 months of working on their credit and income. So the goal is to be able to qualify them once the lease is up, and then the landlord can extend a new lease to the participant.
And they've agreed to do 7-month leases?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, is there any other questions, discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you call the roll?
Trustee Wu,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Hersey,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkin,
Yes.
Trustee Quisenberry.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that resolution is adopted. Thank you all. All right, next is resolution number T 2025-12-024R. A resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement with Friend and Me for homeless services. Supervisor Chenoweth.
Sure. So there are so many leases in your packet. If you're looking for the page, it's page 83, if that's helpful, because you'll have to scroll down, or you can jump to it. You may have seen this MOU before. I'm bringing it back to you because our insurance company, which is a cooperative of townships, requested that the following be in the MOU. They did provide us provisional approval to open the shelter without it, as long as it was on the agenda and they knew that it was coming from you. So Friend and Me agrees to provide proof of and maintain workers' compensation, as well as general liability insurance with no less than 1 million limits, naming Cunningham Township as additional insured. Yeah, so that's the primary change. We also made sure that it was explicit when we submit to the state. We've usually advanced an amount so that they can pay payroll. That's what we did last year, and I made sure it was in the MOU. So that was the second, is just making sure that it's documented that we're doing it in advance so that it aligns when we report to the state. Happy to answer any
Thank you.
questions.
Any questions? Grace?
Thank you. I was starting to get deja vu reading this. So it is the
Yes.
same one that we did last month, but some amendments. And it's fine procedure-wise to pass it as another resolution instead of amendments.
Yes. So what we'll do is we'll basically, you'll see at the very end, it says all other agreements before this are null and void, and this is the new agreement that goes in place. So supersession number 3, this MOU supersedes any prior agreements. We'll go ahead and get it signed. I'll get it to our insurance, and then we will get our updated certificate of insurance from them.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Mr. Evans, did you have anything?
No.
All right, I'll take a motion to approve.
Move to approve number T 2025-12-024R, resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement with Friend and Me for homeless services.
Second.
All right, approved by Sharice, seconded by Mary Alice. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Wu,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Hersey,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkin,
Yes.
Trustee Quisenberry.
Yes. Thank you. That resolution is adopted. All right, we will move to resolution number T 2025-12-025R, a resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement with Busey Bank. Supervisor Chenoweth.
Sure, so we already have an agreement with Busey Bank, and we already have credit cards. I thought because the initial resolution came before the town board in 2018. But just to be certain, because we are expanding the number of credit cards, I went ahead and brought it forward to the board. We have so many grants that we need to segment credit cards per grant, and it makes the management of the grants a lot easier. And so each manager will have a credit card. They all have access. They do check-in and check-outs, but there's been a lot of conflicts and fistfights. No, not really. There's been a lot of, I go to buy the credit, get the credit card to pay off the utility bill, and then it's 4:30 and the person doesn't have their water or power on by that evening. We don't want that. So we want to make sure that each manager can operate with a credit card, in addition to myself and our financial director. So that's what this is for.
Awesome, thank you. Is there any questions? Mary Alice?
So I don't see, out of this very long packet, how many people and who the people are.
So this gives us, the first thing is authorizing me to sign the application. Then they'll come back and they'll request who receives them. That's dictated by our policy. So we have a credit card policy, and that policy states that you have to have signed an agreement to use the credit card and been oriented, and then I have to sign off. So officially, the policy is anyone I sign off on, but it is my intention that each manager and each executive have a credit card. So
That's different than the signature on the checks, because I know that when we've done those, you've put the names on.
yes, yeah, it's different.
And so what's your estimate in terms of the number of managers?
Well, so I have 4 managers, each of the teams, and then the A team, and then I have myself. So I expect 5 credit cards.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I expect 6 credit cards because we've always had a credit card for our street outreach workers in the field. So Martell is our street outreach team lead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, Sharice?
Do each of the people that have access to that line of credit, do they all have their own credit card that has their name on it, or how does that go? Does it a Cunningham Township,
It's
a general thing, and they all can use?
So it's a Cunningham Township credit card. In the past, some of the credit cards have been tied to the executives' personal. But we worked with Busey. These are all business credit cards. They're all tied to the Cunningham Township and not to someone's personal credit. And so I don't know if their name will actually physically appear on the card, but there'll be a series of credit cards. Probably Deshaun knows because he used to work at Busey, but they're commercial credit cards.
Okay. Okay.
I was just saying, it can if they request that, but it'll all be tied to that one account, essentially, so.
Is there a banker in the house?
Past lives.
Thank you.
Past lives. All right, is there any additional questions? Mr. Evans?
No.
All right, you're quicker on the mute button, I appreciate that. All right, seeing no additional questions, I'll take a motion.
Move resolution number T-2025-12-024R for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion made by Grace, second by Sharice. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Wu,
Yes.
Trustee Evans,
Yes.
Trustee Hersey,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkin,
Yes.
Trustee Quisenberry.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That motion was adopted. Seeing no further business before this body, this meeting is adjourned. We will take a quick 5 minutes for transition and go right into the special city council. Thank you all.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
desperately trying to come up to speed. Well, I've been gone so long, it's gonna take a while. How many
Depends on what you consider a shelter.
That's what I'm asking. Everyone thinks they know. Strides is set up, this armored shelter is set up. Are there other existing long-term emergency shelters?
There's only 2 emergency shelters. Well, there's crisis nursery for children.
Yeah, that's been long going
There's,
on and everybody
there's Cunningham
supports that.
Children's Home,
Yes.
which is for youth under 25 and folks in foster care. And then there is Strides, which is all gender shelter. And then there is the Armory, which meant in male identified residents. And we have a hotel program for LGBT.
All right. Good evening. The meeting of the special city council meeting will now come to order. The time is 7:10. Today is Monday, December 8th. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wu,
Here.
Councilmember Evans,
Here.
Councilmember Hersey,
Here.
Councilmember Colasetti, Councilmember Bishop, Councilmember Wilkin,
Here.
Councilmember Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quorum is present. We may proceed. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we can move on. We will now move to presentations and public input. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak to the council, please approach the podium, state your name and city for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Krause. I'm a resident of Champaign. I was walking home on the side of Goodwin Avenue yesterday when an Urbana City police officer pulled over and ordered me to use the sidewalk. I pointed out how the sidewalks were covered in snow and ice, so it was difficult for me to pull my cart filled with laundry and supplies. He showed no concern and told me it doesn't matter because I'm committing a crime by being in the street. Then he said I must always use the sidewalks, regardless of whether they're covered in snow and ice. So I asked if this mandate applies when there is a giant 5-foot mound of snow blocking my path. Right away, he dismissed that there was any such mound where I was walking. Twice I had to clarify that it was just a hypothetical question. Then he wondered why I was so obsessed about the issue. When I explained I have to walk 2 to 3 miles to work with a cart of laundry and supplies, so snow and ice is a serious impediment, he replied, I just saw somebody jogging down the sidewalk and they had no problems. When I remarked that the Urbana City Police clearly have nothing better to do than harass pedestrians about using inaccessible snow-covered sidewalks, his response was, you don't know harassment. You'll never know harassment. Then he went on a tangent about being black and how he's dealt with police harassment his entire life. This officer took my use of the word harassment to the literal extreme and even used it as an excuse to interject the race card. That talk about top-tier unprofessionalism. First of all, it's not actually a crime according to Illinois Vehicle Code for a pedestrian to walk on the side of the street when the sidewalk is available and its use is practicable. Section 11-1007, except as provided in subsection E, where a sidewalk is provided and its use is practicable, it shall be unlawful for any pedestrian to walk along and upon an adjacent roadway. The key word here is practicable, which means doable or feasible. In other words, this provision is conditional on sidewalks being accessible and suitable for walking. It is not some broad stroke mandate that sidewalks must be used without exception. Secondly, this absolutely qualifies as harassment. The officer took it upon himself to assert the criminality of my actions while showing a fundamental lack of knowledge of the law and a complete disregard for the context of the situation and my circumstances. A pedestrian pulling a cart home along the shoulder of a quiet side street on a Sunday afternoon in frigid winter temperatures when the sidewalks are still covered in snow and ice is hardly a justification for a traffic stop. Consider this article from Smile Politely after the winter storm of 2022. They characterize the sidewalks as a quote-unquote death trap. It even highlights many of the same issues that I had raised to the officer, who, of course, openly dismissed my concerns. This is one of my favorite quotes. If you're driving, you get priority road clearance and safety of a warm car to get to your destination with a clear parking space at the end. The rest of us are left to struggle and slip over mountains of ice, forced to walk in the road with fast-moving traffic or cross mid-block when sidewalk access abruptly ends. So sidewalk accessibility is a widespread problem. Yet, instead of Urbana taking proactive measures to actually accommodate people who travel by foot, they would rather use their police powers to intimidate those who are already at a distinct disadvantage during the winter season because of the city's poorly maintained or outright non-existent infrastructure. Apparently, as a pedestrian, I'm not struggling hard enough to appease city police. I need to try harder, because why should my personal sense of safety matter? I'm just a pedestrian. At the lowest rung of importance in Urbana's civic hierarchy, drivers enjoy the privilege of traveling in the comfort and warmth of a vehicle with the roads freshly plowed. But then there's those lowly pedestrians. How dare they have the audacity to think they deserve safe and accessible sidewalks. No, no. They must be relegated to the most challenging modes of travel in this great city of Urbana. Reacquainted with the harsh elements of central Illinois winters where they rightfully belong. I rely on sidewalks and the bus system to get to and from work during the winter. And now, in addition to dealing with the potential death traps of Urbana's sidewalks, I need to fear ongoing intimidation from Urbana City Police for being the most heinous criminal known as a pedestrian. I mean no disrespect to our fine officers, but this encounter was the perfect example of someone getting a badge and letting their authority status go to their head. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Hi there, City Council. My name is Ben Jocelyn. I am a resident here in the city. I'm sent an email after sort of speaking on in early November, where I was asking specifically about the presentation that I saw given by Deputy Police Chief Cervantes about hiring the city of Urbana and the police department hiring a SWAT team to be in the county building. I asked a question and I emailed it to you all about whether or not a sniper team was positioned on the roof of the county building, and that continues to not be answered. And I also asked if the legal team or any of you have looked into the version of the state statute they used, ILCS 725 ILCS 167-15 subsection 3, that they used to sort of justify the use of their drone while surveilling the No Kings rally. And I am just really hoping that I can get some guidance on how to get some more answers about that, because I think that this is a really steep increase in the militarization of free speech here in our area. And I want to be able to speak clearly when I talk to other people about what is happening here. And I don't want to use misinformation, and I don't want to say that these things are happening if they're not confirmed, but I'm pretty worried about it. And I also want to sort of say that this sort of moves to the relevance of not only do we need sort of good surveillance technology and measures that come forth through the city, as you have done an amazing amount of work sort of trying to figure out what kind of measures make sense here. But also, how do we make sure that they get enforced properly? Because clearly, these technologies are already being used. It makes a lot of sense to be clear about where we're going. There's been a whole bunch of talk about flock cameras still, and even Norfolk, Virginia, where has seen lawsuits about its use of flock cameras on its people there. We see things about flock cameras in Washington. I know that this ordinance isn't specifically about that, but these surveillance technologies are spreading through this country so quickly, so fast. It's really hard and burdensome on the city to try and figure out what it should do. It's an unfair burden. But as citizens, I also want to make sure that our rights are being protected as these surveillance technologies grow and grow and grow, and people's rights are challenged, and looking at how, when they're not, when these measures just get put forth, cities are being sued for, as Councilmember Wilkin has pointed out multiple times, to not put legislation on and rules on what surveillance technology can be used. Cities end up getting sued for not protecting people's rights. So very concerned about the ongoing protection of our rights here, and grateful for all of the work you're doing trying to do that. Thanks so much.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. I'm Tony Allegretti. I'm a resident here in Urbana. I'm also the chair of the CPRB. If I'm speaking out of turn, I know that this meeting is going to go late, but I'm here to propose or to endorse the police surveillance technology ordinance that's been proposed. I was asked by members of this board, including Alderman Wilkin, to help draft it. I spoke with other members of the council as well. I think it is a good start to surveil or to watch the surveillance of that's being used by this department or by the city, the police department. I think we've seen since the proposal of this ordinance about a year ago, some of the concerns that have been addressed by this council, or some of the concerns of what would happen with the misuse of this data has already happened. We've seen at the state level, we've seen this, we've seen the use of the ALPR cameras be used that were deployed by the state throughout the interstates, being used by ICE, CPB, other federal agencies to track immigrants. I can't say that it's happened with pregnant persons or people seeking medical services here in Illinois that have crossed the border, and other sister states that are less protective of those rights. But I would not be surprised if that were to happen, and I'm not saying that this would be used or that our police department is using these technologies to aid them. We've seen here in Illinois they're being used without the knowledge of some of the state agencies themselves, which is, again, one of the concerns that I think this ordinance addresses. I think the CPRB is well positioned to be at least an advisory board to start this oversight, and we stand ready to do that if the council wishes. I'm not suggesting that we have a binding authority to either accept or deny the usage of these technologies. I think the council is in a much better position to make that decision because they are the elected officials of this city. But I think the CPRB can stand and at least be the first round of questions that the citizens of this city can pose to whoever employs or seeks to employ to use these technologies. As the former person said, things move very fast in this area. I think Silicon Valley likes to say move fast and break things. I don't think we should be doing that when deploying these types of surveillance technologies that are going to be used in the criminal legal process to potentially convict and imprison people in our communities. I believe we should review these things. And again, this ordinance does not seek to deny the usage of these technologies. It looks for oversight. We see this in other areas. FOIA is a good example of bringing sunshine to these technologies. I think can only better allow the police department to use them effectively, but also appropriately and within the bounds of our civil rights and human rights and other Fourth Amendment rights that I know are a concern in this community. So again, I thank the alderpersons who have put forward and done a lot of work on this ordinance. I think it is a good start, and I would ask that it be approved. I know it's not being done today, but I would ask that in the future it be approved. So thank you.
All right, are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak?
John Donovan, a resident in Urbana. I'd just like to briefly say thank you for continuing to discuss and work on this ordinance for surveillance. I'm very much in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Are there any letters, emails, or anything? All right. Seeing none, public input is now closed. The floor is open for council input and communication. Grace?
Thank you. Just want to say thank you for members of the public who've come out, given your input tonight, and following the surveillance oversight ordinance. It will be pretty late on the next meeting's agenda, so understand if some people need to watch remotely. But appreciate continued input, so please let us know from further discussions any of your continued thoughts. And I would just mention that encourage Leslie to consider the online citizen police complaint form if you haven't yet. And if it's denied and then there's an appeal, then it goes to CPRB and you may be seeing them again. So just wanted to highlight that resource as an official complaint so it can be looked into. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. James?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to the Urbana Fire Department for inviting us to join them for the ribbon cutting of Station Number 2. I've been able to attend the events for both Station Number 3 and Station Number 2. They've been good events. I appreciate the opportunity to celebrate our investment in public safety for the community and the safety of our employees, because these new buildings have been constructed with the safety of those employees in mind. Firefighting is a dangerous business. It exposes our staff to dangerous chemicals, and now with these improved buildings, that's being managed as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Chris, did you have anything you want to share?
No, thank you.
All righty. All right, we will now move on to mayoral appointments. If it's okay with everyone, I'll do the interim fire chief separate. Is that all right? All right. Tal, Steve, you guys want to come to the spotlight? You got your nice uniform on, you might as well show it off. All right, as they are being seated, I am presenting for appointment Tal Prendergast for a term ending on or before June 5th, 2026. Tal has served with the Urbana Fire Department for more than 16 years and has been a deputy fire chief since October 2024. Alongside his work with the city of Urbana, he has held a range of progressively responsible administrative roles at the University of Illinois Fire Service Institute, including program director and firefighter program administrative coordinator. Before joining the Urbana Fire Department, Mr. Prendergast, I'm sorry, I'll call you Teddy P. I'm sorry. Tal served as a firefighter with the Danville Fire Department, and he holds a bachelor's degree in technical systems management from the University of Illinois. Is there a motion to approve the appointment of Tal to interim fire chief, term ending on or before June 5th, 2026?
I move approval for that appointment.
I'll second.
Give it to
All right. Moved by James, seconded by Sharice. Is there any further discussion? Grace, what you got?
I just want to say thank you for taking on this increased responsibility for that interim time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, seeing no further discussion, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wu,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Hersey,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Quisenberry.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that passes. Mr. Prendergast, congratulations. Chief Teddy P. All right. All right. Congrats, man. All right, the next two. So we will combine these. We'll have one for the Urbana Free Library Board of Trustees, Justin Kingston, a 3-year Urbana resident. Justin oversees all IT functions at Farnsworth Group, an architecture and engineering firm, including technology strategy, budgeting, vendor relations, and management of IT staff nationwide. Previously, he served as assistant director and IT manager for Hanner Public Library District, where he led multiple projects, including phone systems upgrades, infrastructure overhaul, and planning for an RFID implementation, while also managing facility staff and engaging regularly with the board and press. And the second is for the Human Rights Commission, Mr. Adam Rigeri. Yes, I know Adam. A 28-year Urbana resident, Adam is production manager at Minuteman Press in Champaign, where he has worked for nearly 14 years overseeing production, staff, quality, and operations. He has over 20 years of experience studying and teaching martial arts, giving him insight into discipline, objectivity, and working with others. May I have a motion to approve these two appointments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to move approval of Justin Kingston to the Urbana Free Library Board of Trustees for a term ending June 30th, 2026, and Adam Ruggieri to the Human Rights Commission for a term ending June 30, 2028.
Motion made by James, seconded by Mary Alice. Is there any further discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wu,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Hersey,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Quisenberry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion, awesome, those pass. Congratulations to you both. All right, we will now hear staff report. Finance Department will speak to the financial forecast. Elizabeth and Don, the floor is yours.
All right, so we are here because the city's financial policies, which have been approved by the city council, require that we provide a financial forecast annually. And this is really the first step in our budget process where we kind of try to get a fix on what the outlook is. Believe it or not, this is the 12th time I am doing this here with the Urbana City Council, different faces, but same exercise. And I know I have said this every single year, just to qualify this, we can't actually predict the future. So we're going to do our best to kind of get a sense of where we're headed. So again, this is the first step in our annual budget process. The focus here is on the general operating fund, which, as you know, pays for most basic city services, police and fire, most public works services. And we use this just to evaluate financial condition and make some high-level decisions about the budget process. So we can't really talk about the forecast without talking about risk. There's risk in every forecast, which is why, although you're not going to see all the nitty-gritty details, we prepare a range of projections. We'll focus on the likely scenario, which includes the assumptions that we think are most probable. But there are some specific risks worth giving a little bit more attention. And I will say that between last year and this year, risk has kind of become a more defining feature of this presentation just because of some things that are happening at the federal level. So one of the big risks is federal funding and grant funding. So we think federal aid remains vulnerable. We expect to see continued attempts to pull back federal funding, particularly to sanctuary cities during this administration. Programs like home and CDBG could be reduced or delayed. And for that reason, we feel strongly that we should maintain the $4.6 million reserve that we established in the FY26 budget for at least the next few years. And I think also federal funding is also potentially at risk for other items like potentially some capital improvement projects. So we haven't yet seen disruption on the scale that we kind of were expecting at this time last year, but it does not mean that it is not going to happen. And then also, always true, the state budget and legislation that may be passed by the Illinois General Assembly can also have a significant effect on our budget. So state budget decisions can affect income tax and other revenue sources. There's been repeated discussion about possible changes to Tier 2 pension benefits for police officers and firefighters, which could significantly increase the city's cost. And just an example, one of the things that happened last year in the state's budget for FY26 was that they decided to eliminate the 1% grocery tax that went to local governments. And the Urbana City Council, I think wisely decided to replace that with a local tax. But that was a potential loss of about $1 million a year in the city's general fund. So some of those decisions can have really significant impacts. And then there are just certain costs that seem to tend to increase much faster than our revenues grow. Generally our costs increase faster than our revenues grow, but particularly health insurance costs, as we know, and you hear this on the national news, you hear it everywhere. But that's also true for the city of Urbana. We've seen significant increases in health insurance costs. We've seen increased workers' compensation exposure, which can be very costly. And then also there's just kind of the uncertain economic outlook that we're dealing with. So with that, I'm going to give it to Don.
Good evening. So the overall economic outlook remains uncertain, even though some indicators have improved. So there are three main forces that shape this forecast. So first, inflation has come down from its recent highs, but it remains above the Federal Reserve 2% target. So this means the city is operating in a higher cost environment than before the recent spike. So second, recent changes in state tax laws, such as shifting more online and out-of-state sales to destination-based sourcings, along with the city's 1% local groceries tax replacing the former one, are expected to support modest, steady growth in sales use and groceries tax revenues. And finally, changes in federal trade policy and tariffs on certain imported goods are putting upward pressure on the cost of construction materials, vehicles, and equipment. This increases both project and operating costs and adds to the overall uncertainty of the city must plan for. So for this forecast, we're using a few key assumptions. First, our population assumption is based on the special census that we conducted last year, which counted 40,975 residents. That updated count helped us better estimate both service demands and certain population-based revenues. Second, we assume long-term inflation of 2.25% per year, and that's likely above the Federal Reserve 2% target and reflects the higher cost environment we're still operating in. Third, we assume the city property tax remains the same throughout the forecast period. In other words, any growth in property tax revenue comes from changes in the tax base, not from rate increases. We've also assumed that the community engagement team will now begin in fiscal year 27 instead of fiscal year 26. And finally, we are assuming that parking enforcement revenue and expenses will be moved into the parking fund. This removes those activities from the general fund and treats parking enforcement more clearly as part of the overall parking operation, with its costs and revenues tracked together. Maintaining strong, stable finances is essential for any city. In our forecast, we look at two indicators that help us understand our overall financial health. The first one we look at is the recurrent expenditure as a percentage of recurrent revenues. So this tells us whether we can sustain the programs and services we offer year after year. It's a way of making sure we don't commit to long-term costs without knowing we'll have the revenue to support them. So our current policy is to keep recurrent expenditures at no more than 98.5% of recurrent revenues. The second indicator that we look at is fund balance as a percentage of recurrent expenditures. So this measure helps us understand how prepared we are for an unexpected situation. A healthy fund balance gives the city flexibility when making financial decisions that affect the general fund. So our policy is to maintain a fund balance of at least 25% of recurring expenditures. This puts us in a stronger position to handle any unforeseen events such as economic downturns or emergencies without needing drastic cuts. So this chart shows our recurrent revenues and recurrent expenditures under the likely scenario from fiscal year 26 through fiscal year 31. You can see that through fiscal year 29, recurrent revenues are slightly above or at recurrent expenditures. And after that, beginning in fiscal year 30, recurrent expenditures start to outpace recurrent revenues, and the gap grows over time. So in practical terms, it means that without additional recurrent revenue, the city will eventually struggle to maintain our current level of services, even if things appear manageable in the short term. However, we know that the forecast becomes less predictable in later years, like Elizabeth mentioned before. And then this chart shows the growth rates for recurrent revenues and recurrent expenditures under the likely scenario. So you'll notice that fiscal year 27 has the highest growth rates for both revenues and expenditures, and that's because we have much better information about the upcoming budget year. So the forecast for fiscal year 27 is more detailed. For the later years, we build in more conservative assumptions because there is more uncertainty. So after fiscal year 27, expenditure continued to grow faster than revenues throughout the forecast period, even though both rates level off. This pattern reflects a long-term trend for the city of Urbana, where costs tend to rise more quickly than our ongoing revenue sources. So this chart shows what happens to the unassigned general fund balance under our three scenarios: likely, best, and worst. So under the likely scenario in green, the fund balance stays relatively stable over the forecast period. It rises slightly and then tapers up, but generally holds its value. In the best case scenario in blue, the fund balance grows steadily, giving the city more flexibility to deal with unexpected costs and future priorities. In the worst case scenario in yellow, the fund balance declines sharply over time. That scenario is based on several very challenging assumptions. The first one is Tier 2 pensions benefits are eliminated, which would significantly increase our pension costs. The second one is inflation is higher than the likely scenario, driving up the cost of providing services. And the third one is revenues grow more slowly in this scenario. One thing to keep in mind that we are not predicting that the worst case scenario will happen, but it is important to see how sensitive our fund balance is to these kind of risks as we plan ahead. So earlier in the presentation, we talked about two key ways we measure the city fiscal health. One of those is general fund balance as a percentage of recurring expenditures, which is what this slide focuses on under the likely scenario. So the blue bars shows the unassigned fund balance. The green portion shows the assigned or reserved cash balance. And the orange line is our 25% fund balance policy goal. So in the likely scenario, the fund balance is expected to stay at or above the 25% policy goal through fiscal year 31. We also maintain an unassigned cash balance, which includes funds set aside for CDBG and home for 4 years, and other at-risk programs in Urbana, and year 2 and 3 of the community engagement team. So looking across the full forecast period from fiscal year 26 through fiscal year 31, the fund balance stays above the 25% policy line. but the margin gradually narrows in the later years. That isn't an immediate concern today, especially since the later years are less certain. But it is a signal that we need to keep an eye on these trends and updating the forecast each year so we can respond early if conditions change. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Elizabeth.
So again, the reason we do this exercise is so that we can make strategic decisions about the next budget and understand how that plays out into future years. So what we're recommending as a strategy, we just have 4 main points here. One is we're going to maintain the current level of services with current revenues. So I believe that we will be able to do that, but there will not be an excess of revenue available for new services or programs in next year's budget. We'll continue, as we have been for a number of years now, to plan for revenue increases that might be needed to support new or expanded services over the past, I don't even remember how many years. We've had several discussions about potential revenue sources, and we'll continue that discussion. One thing that's really key here, and we've talked about this every year, is that we need to continue to make economic development a priority, because economic development is what's going to help our revenues to grow in a sustainable fashion. So that's very important. And just as an example, we looked at what we think would be the benefit to the city's budget of adding, for example, 1,000 housing units, which could increase our population by, we think, 3%. That would result in estimated new revenues to the general fund of about $590,000 annually. We'd see growth in income tax, use tax, and sales tax, all of those. So just something to keep in the back of your mind as we talk about different opportunities that will be coming before you. And then also, I think a key point here is we need to continue to maintain that $4.6 million reserve that we set aside for potential reductions in federal funding. I would not feel safe telling you that we do not need to do that any time before, let's say, 2029 or so. Might be a good point to rethink that. So, and as a reminder, that $4.6 million is $3.1 million that we think we need to replace CDBG and home funds for a period of 4 years, and then another $1.5 million that we set aside for potential impacts of other losses in federal funding in the community. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate the work you guys put into this. Grace?
Thank you. So the fund balance, we did have a big increase if we were looking at like this fiscal year, right? I think in October or before, it was only 78,000 remaining fund balance in our kind of account in the general fund based on what we had budgeted. Right, so, but that increased up to almost 4 million, right? This 3.6 million because of what I recall updating things from vacancies and unspent funds from this year. Is that right?
Yeah, so that's kind of typical. We estimate fairly conservatively in the budget in terms of what we expect to spend, but often after the end of the fiscal year, then we know that we in fact haven't spent everything. We generally wait until we go through the audit process and the year is closed before we do a full reevaluation. But yeah, it's we had carried over a much larger amount than we were estimating.
And then with the reserves for funding, we had 5.47 million a month ago in that reserves, according to the budget memos. And I'm confused why it's 4.6.
So correct, I was kind of focusing on the part related to federal funding. The other piece of that 5.47 is the funding for continuing the community engagement team. So that was essentially a 1-year expense for 3 years. So we had to identify and set aside the money to continue that for that whole period.
Okay, I'll just, oh, okay, because the previous budget memo said 5.47 million reserved for at-risk federal grant programs and the second and third year of community engagement, meaning those together. Because sometimes I
Correct.
think they've been like broken out in some. Okay.
Right.
Okay, so 4.6 for reserves is what we've got for federal grant reserves.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mary Alice, I think you're next.
I beat James. Thank you. I have 3 questions for you. The first one is if Tier 2 pensions does change, typically, I believe, we fund all pensions for fire and police out of the tax, the property tax. Is that correct?
So almost. So under a kind of antiquated state law related to personal property replacement tax, the actuary estimates our funding need, and then 8.12% comes off the top and gets paid from personal property replacement tax, and the balance is property tax. So the vast majority is property taxes.
So I guess my main question is if the state does change those rules, there will be more of a burden on the general operating fund if we don't raise property tax. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be a pretty much direct burden on the general fund.
Okay.
Yes.
My second question is, you just mentioned very quickly about the change in online sales tax at destination. The way I interpret that is whatever warehouse is sending it gets the tax, or is that not correct?
So I'm going to ask Dawn to jump in here because there's been a whole series of changes over the last 3, 4, or 5 years that have affected how that gets counted.
Yes, so starting in 2025, the state requires all out-of-state retailers to start collecting sales tax based on the destination of the shipment. So if somebody buys something here in Urbana from out of state, they're required to collect Illinois sales tax and also home rule sales tax.
Oh, they
based
are
on the
required to
Urbana
do
loc-
home rule. I thought it was only state income tax.
It's also home rule.
Yeah, I think that was one of the interim steps, right? So remember
Okay.
I talked about the series
Yeah,
of changes?
yeah.
I think that was true at a point in time.
All right, so it's where it's landing, where it's being shipped to is both home rule and state taxes. And is there a potential change to that? Because that's good for Urbana.
Yeah, that's the current change. So in 2026, there will be another change, but they will, not for retailers, but for service providers, some out-of-state service providers. They're also required to collect collect sales tax too.
Okay. And then my third question was if there was any update in terms of the $10 million grant for Florida Street Avenue. I don't know which one it is.
I have not heard any update. Anybody in Public Works?
Yeah, so I'll present later on a separate grant from FHWA for the North Lincoln Avenue project. But as part of the conversations we've had with our the USDOT contact, they've I think it's our understanding that USDOT has a task force that's reviewing these agreements for the scopes of those projects to determine whether or not it meets their revised criteria for receiving funding. So that project has been reviewed by that task force and has passed through that review. So at this point, we are still expecting that to go through pending any other changes. But with the update I'll talk about later for Lincoln Avenue, we're still optimistic that that will move forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mary Alice. James?
All right. I'll let Mary Alice go first because I knew she would ask some of the questions that I was going to ask. But I'm going to go a little bit deeper on the Tier 2 pension changes. That's related to the safe harbor rules. Is that what that is about? Or give me a little more detail of what it means if it changes. It doesn't it means that they go back to a tier 1 model, or?
So it's going to depend ultimately on whatever piece of legislation ultimately passes, assuming that's the case. But yeah, I've seen proposals basically that are, we eliminate tier 2, everybody goes back to tier 1 immediately. There does exist an opinion that the tier 2 benefits meet the safe harbor requirements, but there's also some debate about whether that is, a valid opinion. So,
And we could still end up with a tier 2.5 or something that
I mean, anything is,
partially fixes it.
and anything is possible until the legislature takes action. I mean, I wouldn't make any bets. But there have been various bills introduced in recent legislative sessions that have failed to advance, so.
So the worst-case scenario is all the new people that have been hired under tier 2, it's a boon for them because they get the original benefits, but we're paying at a rate that's more expensive.
Correct, and we immediately have a very large unfunded liability because for all those years, we were funding as if
we have to
they were
catch
going to
up.
receive tier 2 benefits. So not only is it the future contributions, but it's making up for all the past contributions that weren't made based on the tier 1 formula.
Okay. All right, and then for the 4.6 million, that is the portion that is a hedge against federal funding for home and CDBG evaporating. Remind me what 4.6 million covers. Is that 1 year? Is that 5 years? Is that what is that hedge going to protect us for if that worst case reality comes to?
So 3.1 million was to replace approximately 4 years of home and CDBG funds, and the other 1.5 was for loss of other federal revenues or programs that serve the residents of Urbana, so might not even necessarily be city programs. I'm going to say I still think that's a good number because if things are undone during this administration, they probably won't immediately be fixed, when there's a new administration in Washington.
But a gambling person might say that as time got closer to a potential change in Washington, you could back off on how much you had to hedge. It would be more of a startup hedge as opposed to a cover 4 years hedge.
Correct, and I think when we do the forecast next year, we might look at, reducing that reserve over time, but right now we're, how many months into this are we? Less than a year, so.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we should do that. I'm just saying that it was designed to say, worst case scenario, we could continue what we need to do for essentially 4 more years. Okay, and then also another piece of thing that I need reminded on, this thing about services sales tax. Without giving me an exhaustive list, remind me what things the city of Urbana, what services the city of Urbana charges a sales tax on that are available out of state. But we've talked about services sales tax, but my feeling is that we haven't really gone far down that path.
No.
It's not a windfall this change is not a windfall for us waiting to happen.
I don't believe it is, but let us do some more digging and get back to you on that.
Because I'm curious about, when you talk about services, I think about, barber shops and hairstyle, things like that, which are hard to buy online, right? And
Correct.
So what services would qualify for this kind of tax that we actually might be taxing in Urbana? All right, thank you.
Thank you, James. Sharice?
Elizabeth, I haven't heard anything from Angela Bradley or anything. Do you know, or can you tell me if that money that have we put that money aside to help her in the event that she gets that project underway during this time?
Yeah, those funds are set aside in the budget, and once we have an agreement, then those are those are ready to be released, so.
Okey doke, thank you.
No, it's just
My hand is up, Mr. Mayor.
Chris, I see your hand. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Elizabeth. And I'm sorry, I apologize in advance, and you got to forgive me. I keep getting stuck year after year when these financial forecasts tell me that we can't expand services unless we raise revenue. And that was, again, the theme of that I read in your 19-page financial report this time around. So these questions are kind of me still struggling with that concept, Elizabeth. Just to be clear to the public, the 2 new fire stations, the 7 new employees that we hired earlier this year, the whole South Philo Road police substation with the 3 officers, that will not likely require us to raise revenue, correct?
So those are already built into the budget, so no. Those items that you just listed would not require us to raise revenue.
And neither would the $5.2 million incentive package to the Hotel Royer, correct?
Correct, because the debt for the Hotel Royer will be repaid from revenue generated by the hotel. So property tax increment in the TIF, food and beverage tax, hotel motel tax. There might be another small one I'm forgetting.
Okay, thank you. So if the city decided to develop an alternative response to public safety, that would likely require a new revenue, correct?
Yes, I agree. It would likely require new revenue unless we were going to cut back elsewhere to fund that.
Now, does the alternative response item have a $300,000 allocation to it?
Yes, there is a $300,000 recurring allocation which is available, but I expect, and I don't know for certain, that whatever alternative response program we implement would likely have a higher cost than that.
Okay, but for right now, there is 300,000, or is it 600,000 because we haven't used it in 2 years, or is it just 300,000?
So I'll have to look to be sure and follow up, but the recurring amount is 300,000. We may have carried over some unspent money, which would be additional one-time funding.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Oh, I have one more question. I'm sorry. So we have the safeguard to protect federal money, or mostly home and CDBG funds, that in reserve, that money. But also in the financial budget forecast, it said that at the end of this year of 2026, we expect to be about 4.3 million above the 25% level. Is that an extra 4.3 separate from the reserve money to protect federal grants?
Yeah, correct. That's an additional, I don't have the number in my head, but I assume 4.3 is correct. That would only be allocated to one-time expenditure. So often when we have, for example, fund balance available that's not required to meet our reserve requirements in the past, that's often been transferred to fund capital improvements. At times we've transferred it into the vehicle and equipment replacement fund, but we would not use that to fund recurring expenditures because that would not be sustainable.
Last question, and I appreciate your patience. So going into budget season next spring for FY26, is it the city of Urbana's finance department position that no other department in the city can hire any more staff, new staff?
No, I would not say that because we do not know what's going to be in the mayor's proposed budget at this point in time.
Okay, but well, in your financial forecast and even in tonight's PowerPoint presentation, you said no expanded services. I'm assuming that more staff is an expanded service. I'm equating it with that, but
So,
you're saying it's unpredictable at this time.
no, so just to be clear, we said no expanded services without new revenue. I think that would be more accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Grace?
Thank you. And you said the community engagement team will not be launching this year? Expecting that in FY27?
Yeah, we expect it's just going to shift a little bit with time. It was a 3-year pilot program, but I don't think they're quite ready to launch.
Which I will just throw out there, I think would be great to talk about outside of that. Something we've talked about only at budget time for years and spend money on it, and nothing's come of it yet at this point. And then thinking about the alternative response costs and really consider if we want to run these dual programs, and one that we've been funding for years and hasn't made any movement yet, and still I don't think has a clear plan or how it will serve the community. And I would also, I've been saying this, but before we really get to budget time, would really like to address our vehicle use policies and replacement cycles. I think that would be something really important to consider as well when we're looking at the budget, and I would love to do that before June when we're crushed in actual budget season. Thanks.
Can I comment or say something? I don't know how that works.
I mean, yeah, we're in staff report if you've got questions or if you've got a point of information.
You know, no comment. Never mind. I'm going to not. Is there any other questions, thoughts? All right. Thank you, Elizabeth and Don. Appreciate you. All right. With no further business before this body, this meeting is adjourned. We will now move into the committee of the whole. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody need a brief recess before we start Committee of the Whole? Don't see anybody raising their hands. So I'd like to call to order the Committee of the Whole for Urbana City Council. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Wu?
Here.
Councilmember Evans?
Here.
Councilmember Hersey?
Here.
Councilmember Colasetti? Councilmember Bishop? Councilmember Wilkin?
Here.
Councilmember Quisenberry?
Here.
Mayor Williams?
Here.
Thanks.
All right. First item of business is we have several meeting minutes to approve. We have the November 3rd Committee of the Whole meeting minutes, the November 10th City Council meeting minutes, and the November 10th Special Committee of the Whole meeting minutes. Could I have a motion to approve those three?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or substantive changes to those minutes that need to be called out?
Yes, so I just do want to call out that I believe it's for the November 3rd Committee of the Whole minutes. Councilmember Wilkin was actually participating via phone, and that wasn't denoted on the first page, so I'll make that correction before they're published, but I am aware of it.
All right, thank you. So seeing, is there another issue to raise? Okay, all right. Seeing no further discussion, I would ask for an approval of the amendments or of the minutes with the one change noted by the clerk. Would everyone say aye to approve those?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody who disapproves say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Are there any changes to the agenda as it has been presented, other than the fact that I'm leading this, other than Mary Alice? All right. Seeing none, we are now open again for presentations and public input. Would any member of the public like to address the city council? Please come to the microphone and state your name.
My name is Karen Medina. I live in Champaign, but I spend an awful lot of time in Urbana. I just wanted to really commend all the work that has gone on for the item H. It is just beautiful, and that's ordinance 2024-12-042. A lot of work has gone on, and I saw it earlier, and I've checked on it frequently, but I just want to, a lot of research, a lot of work, and I hope you guys support it because it's good. That's all.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to address the Urbana City Council Committee of the Whole? All right, did we have any email to read out tonight? Okay. And we have no other presentations, so I'm going to close public input. Do we have any additional staff reports? Staff? Okay. First item of business is, under F, is ordinance number 2025-11-034, an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance, budget amendment number 3B, the FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Grant. And do we have someone from staff providing some updates for us? Our newly minted fire chief.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having a little bit more conversation on this. We just wanted to be available and answer any questions. Our true goal in this whole process, our true goal, of course, is always to bring alternative funding and help support the city, help support the fire department as well, budget as well. But tonight is just simply to try to help answer any questions. We want to make sure that we're providing informed information, so when you do go and make this decision on how to move forward with this specific grant, we can provide you the best information as possible. Some of the information that we had provided when we had spoke on the last meeting, there was a little bit of information that we just didn't have all of the details that we would have liked, so we want to just make sure that we open up to all of you and answer any questions that you might have.
Yes, Mary Alice.
This may or may not be a question for you guys. We did receive a memo from, John's not here today. I know it was a different grant. I just wanted to know if, so basically it had to do with some of the federal stipulations within that grant and the courts finding all of them null and void. And so I wanted to know if that also would impact this grant, because I believe that was the majority of the reason why council members were not in support.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of them that we actually, when we brought this forward in October, that was one of the things that was reviewed by legal, and we wanted to make sure that we went through that process early on. Illinois versus FEMA was one of the court cases that specifically is tied to AFG and Department of Homeland Security, that basically says that they issued a permanent injunction. Am I saying that right? Permanent injunction that basically says that was unconstitutional, and basically they can't do it. So yes, essentially that's, from my understanding, what Illinois versus FEMA says. If you can expand on that anymore.
Can we get comment on that from legal counsel, please? Because what I understand you saying is that the concern about compliance with immigration and ICE and such that was causing people pause to support this is not currently legally enforceable. That's what I'm hearing.
So I'm not familiar with the specific case that DC Doggett is referencing. When I reviewed this initially, my understanding was based upon a separate federal case that was more recent, wherein the federal court had issued an injunctive order prohibiting this federal agency from enforcing specifically the immigration compliance and cooperation communication related provisions of these grant agreements. While the actual substance of the case was pending in front of the court, which it still is, the injunctive order is still in effect. But more to the point, the practical effect of that order was that FEMA has essentially made that language null and void voluntarily by inserting a provision in its own agreement that says this does not apply to this particular grant. So that's what the memo analyzed back in November, I think it was. So.
I see a hand up.
I just wanted to speak to a letter that Public Works received from the U.S. Department of Transportation. We're going to speak to this in a manner here in a few minutes. But according to that the U.S. District Court has ruled that the U.S. Department of Transportation, that the immigration enforcement condition has been deemed unlawful and ordered vacated from the grant agreements. So that just speaks specifically for a court decision as it pertains to the Department of Transportation. But I'm assuming the same case is being held with FEMA and the federal grants in that regard too.
Go ahead, Mary Alice.
So I just want to be 100% clear that I understand. This particular grant is for radios. It is one and done, meaning you buy the radios. Have they been bought, the radios?
They have not yet.
Okay,
No.
so we buy the radios and we submit reimbursement based on this grant, and then the actual grant application is complete. And so my question is, can they come back? Let's say that the injunction is lifted and we've already gotten the funds, and maybe this is a question for Matt. Can the federal government come back and say, well, they lifted that, and so now you have to comply?
To the best of my knowledge, no. I mean, that is the specific purpose of the injunctive order is to allow these funds to flow and be administered as usual during the pendency of the case. So any substantive change in the application of federal agency contractual provisions that are brand new like this would take effect prospectively.
And not
as a
retrospectively.
general proposition, yeah, that's how I understand that the function, and I think that's how it will function.
Okay, so my next question is, say this is approved, how quickly can the radios be purchased, and how fast is the turnaround from the federal government?
So the radios themselves can be purchased immediately because this is the radios are on state bid. So we don't have to go through a purchasing policy at that point in time. We can order them essentially as soon as it's approved. By the time that they come in, we close out the grant, and it's really dependent upon how fast the radios get here from the company.
Okay, and is there any estimate perhaps by finance in terms of how quick the turnaround is from the feds? And part of this has to be a timing issue, and where we are right now in the environment we are right now, and then how long that environment's going to last.
Yeah, I mean, the turnaround time, it can vary quite a bit. In fact, it's varied since January quite a bit. It's slowed down and sped up again, so it's hard to say. I would think not more than 90 days.
Okay.
Hopefully more like 2 weeks.
It's a big range. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Sharice?
Is it still one of the kind of situation that if we do not move forward with this and vote for it, that the city of Urbana will not be able to, probably not even be able or allowed or considered for another grant for our fire department, should we need something like that?
I'm glad you asked that question, because that's one of them that I had actually commented on in the last meeting, and I couldn't provide anything on paper. That is, in fact, true. What I said in the last meeting was that is something that we run into risk of not being able to, or at least be impacted in the future. And that was based off of subject matter experts that we personally know, one being a consultant that we used to get one of our previous grants for staffing, which was the $1.4 million grant we received from FEMA. So that consultant had told us back then, if you're not going to accept this grant, which was the staffing grant, then don't apply for it, just because of the impact. So another one was, again, a subject matter expert that we know that actually sits on the peer review panel, and said very similar. The true concept in doing some research after the conversation we had at the last meeting was what happens when you decline an AFG grant. So this is directly from FEMA, but it says an applicant who declines to accept a grant during negotiation will not be penalized for declining the award. However, FEMA would consider that the grantee to be a poor performer if they accepted an award and subsequently returned it. So basically what that means is that if you accept it and return it, you're not physically impacted or penalized by declining that. You are impacted by being eligible or how you're rated in future grant applications. So in short on that, basically we aren't just impacted necessarily by turning down this grant, but what we would potentially get in the future of this. Just for a little bit of context here, this grant itself has been here since 2000. Urbana ourselves have been in a benefit of about $1.9 million that we can account for since 2011. And I couldn't find anything in between 2000 and 2011 that we might have gotten. So just as some context on that, we could potentially be impacted and labeled as a poor performer.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Mary Alice.
I'd make a motion if there's no more questions.
Grace
Oh, I'm
has-
sorry.
There is question. My hand is up. My hand is up.
Okay, Grace is next.
Thank you. So you're saying there was a case with Illinois versus FEMA for not cooperating with federal agents?
Illinois versus FEMA was in September, and that was, I'm just gonna.
Because I haven't seen any of this. I don't know if you have information that hasn't been sent. I need to see any of that in writing.
Yeah, I can just send everything that I have on this, but it is a federal court case that granted summary judgment, issued the permanent injunction against the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, ruling that the requiring states to cooperate with immigration enforcement in exchange for disaster relief emergency preparedness was arbitrary and capricious and exceeded Department of Homeland Security's authority.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could send
But
that.
I can send you that link if that would be helpful as well.
Yes, I need to see it.
Sure.
Thank you. And then, so I just wanted to clarify, so you said that we would not be penalized under FEMA for not accepting this, but we would potentially be flagged as a poor performer that could impact us down the road. But it is not penalized, and there's no guarantee that we would be impacted.
Yeah, that's
a possibility.
That's the definition off of FEMA's website. Was that an applicant that turns down the grant or declines the grant would not be penalized, however, is considered a poor performer. And then the other part of that that's important is based off of what we were talking about with subject matter experts that are involved in that process, say that is a deciding factor in whether you are chosen for the grant or not from the peer level.
And so we've already gone through some questions with the city attorney on some of the legally binding stuff on the contract. And so it seems like, yes, cooperating with federal agents is not relevant, not enforceable. Besides that thing, there's a article in this agreement that negates that because it's in contradiction to Illinois law. There are, however, provisions about following executive orders, and I believe the executive order prohibiting indoctrination in schools and no discriminatory equity ideology being allowed, which is absolutely against our equity and quality of life grants, our resolutions, again, about ending racial inequity, just against everything on the record for Urbana. So I would like clarification from city attorney on if that executive orders of indoctrination piece still stand.
Yeah, and I think what I said previously and what's in the memo is the language in the grant agreement does reference the specific executive order, and it was one of the first ones issued by the Trump administration in late January, and it relates to K through 12 education. That's kind of the subject matter of that specific executive order. It has language referring to what it calls discriminatory equity ideology, which is a sort of a term that they've come up with, including examples of what they consider discriminatory equity ideology. That is referenced in the grant agreement, the FEMA grant agreement, but the key language is that it prohibits, it refers to DEI programs, DEIA programs, discriminatory equity ideology-driven initiatives, and I believe it also referenced immigration, but that's negated by the language that we referenced in the Article 58 of the agreement. But the key operative term in that provision is that it can't be done in violation of federal anti-discrimination law. Okay, so the legal standard is the same legal standard that has existed prior to this point. Those terms don't change the legal standard, essentially. So they can say you can't do these things in a discriminatory manner. That's kind of the takeaway. It doesn't change what our legal obligation has been or would be moving forward. So that's kind of the takeaway. The rub is that it does not ultimately alter our legal requirements or any substantive obligation that we have.
Just a follow-up on that.
Okay, keep going.
That seems subject to change, right? I mean, if there were a lawsuit that codified what discriminatory equity ideology meant and that it was enforceable, that could be the case. Seems like this is pretty uncertain. There's nothing to say that won't be able to be enforced in the future. Is that correct?
To codify it, it would require Congress to approve new legislation as a new legal standard. The executive order functions as an internal directive to the federal agencies in how they administer their particular subject matter areas and the funding that they oversee. And so it's not a legal standard.
Okay. And then the other piece that does, without question, impact Urbana here potentially is a ban on divestment from certain countries of origin. Is that correct?
Not exactly. So as we talked about it, and let me find the exact language here. There is language in, I believe it's Article 19 of the agreement.
Yeah, you have A2 in the memo that you
So
sent to us.
it references what's called a discriminatory prohibited boycott without defining what that is or specifying examples of what a discriminatory prohibited boycott would be. And I think when we looked at this originally, we saw earlier iterations of this same grant agreement from the spring of this year, where that same language was used in conjunction with references to essentially boycott or divestment of Israeli-owned companies, right? With that specific type of action or initiative in mind with regard to discriminatory prohibited boycott. They then since removed any reference to those specific types of actions, and they just left the term discriminatory prohibited boycott in the agreement. They have since removed it entirely from new grant agreements moving forward. The new versions that you'll find on FEMA's websites don't even include that. They have also, looking back, was able to find some articles discussing the fact that they have not been able to enforce the earlier iteration of this language referring to divestment from Israeli-owned companies. And so it's been a sort of a changing landscape for FEMA in this regard. I can't say with absolute certainty that they wouldn't attempt to enforce something like that and apply, their earlier interpretation of it. It seems as if they're sort of distancing themselves from enforcing that language or including it in their agreements, now and moving forward. So, again, there's no absolute answer I can provide to say they would never attempt to enforce something like this. But what the city ultimately has to do is certify that it isn't doing this and hasn't done it, and won't during the term of the grant agreement, essentially. So what that actually means that we won't do is, I think, up for debate and discussion, considering the lack of any definition of the term. So,
Thank you.
All right, Chris, you're up next.
Thank you. So in all the grants that the fire department has accepted since 2000, was there ever conditions placed on the grants that suggested that you're going to cooperate with ICE in apprehending people and you're going to stop diversity, inclusion, and equity programming in your city? Was that ever part of any previous grant?
So that's a great question. Thank you, Chris. Good evening. From my knowledge, and of course I haven't applied for any of those grants, this is a brand new language that's been dropped on AFG, but I think multiple federal grants. So we applied for this grant in December. This language actually showed up in March of 25, so December of 2024 is when we applied for this. Just to kind of put a context of when this grant period is, this is brand new language that came through in March of 2025. And this is the first time that I know of that this has ever been introduced in any grant language.
So my question is, what is the definition of a poor performer? Can we not reject grants for cause and good cause? I totally believe you that you've been taken by surprise, as we all have, by the new conditions placed inside these grants. But can we reject them for good cause? And does that not, you know what I'm saying? If we were to apply for future grants, federal grants in the future for the fire department, if they try to tell us we're a poor performer because we rejected a prior grant, can't we do that for good cause?
Again, another good question. Typically, a poor performer has more to do with departments that are applying for a grant and they don't have the matching funds. So for example, if it's a 90-10 grant and they end up getting that grant and say, I just don't have the $10,000 to pay my portion of it, that's what a poor performer has been historically considered as, or similar situations like that. They haven't followed all of the rules of the grant. They bought things that are outside of what they actually proposed when they did the application. That's the best example that I can give. For your direct question, though, honestly, this is one of those where this is something that we've not seen, or at least I've seen from the fire service level when applying for grants, so I can't really answer that question very well for you.
Yeah, we're in new territory, no doubt about it. So my question here is for Matt, and goes back to Alderperson Wu's first question. Are these disqualifying the unconstitutionality of forcing municipalities to cooperate with ICE being ruled unconstitutional? And there's been what Mary Alice described as a permanent injunction. Is it possible that the federal government could appeal the decision?
So, forgive me, Chris, you were referencing something about the constitutionality of the agreement provisions. Let me answer the simpler question first, and then maybe we can revisit the first part. But as to the federal case involving FEMA in Illinois from September, the order in that case has been appealed. I believe it's on appeal presently by the federal government. So the answer to that question is yes.
And that's why you keep saying pending, right? Everything's pending.
Correct.
Okay.
But
okay,
let me caveat that, Chris. Let me caveat that. So I think we're focusing too much on the status of the federal cases and not enough on the language of the contractual agreement when it comes to the immigration. That's a pretty simple answer. It's in the plain text that the immigration provisions do not apply to this grant. It's explicit in Article 58 of the grant agreement. So regardless of the status of the case on appeal or other cases that may impact whether the federal agency can enforce this language, it has voluntarily withdrawn applying this language related to the immigration coordination and cooperation. And so that I think we can set aside as a concern. If we enter into this agreement, that simply doesn't apply by the terms of the agreement itself.
Why, Matt, did they leave in the DEI and the ICE cooperation articles anyway with Article 58? Why the contradictory language? Why did they leave in Article 11 and Article 19 then?
I can't speculate as to what they're thinking and the rationale is. I mean, I had thoughts in reading through it. It's confusing, particularly if you don't read the entire grant agreement. You're left with one impression until you get to the second to last article of the agreement. That in and of itself could be construed as one of the purposes.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, Mary Alice.
I have one follow-up question. What is the last date that we would be able to accept the grant?
Another good question. So when we started this, we actually were on a timeline. So this was originally approved on October 21st, I believe it was, with an October 24th deadline. Because of the government shutdown, that was extended because the entire portal was shut down as well with the government. So that got pushed back to November, help me out, November 24th. Again, with government delays and everything else, they've pushed that back again, and that's why, again, we're here being able to offer a little bit more context into everything is because the final date that this got pushed back to is December 31st. So our deadline's been pushed back a couple times, and our current deadline is December 31st to accept it if we want to.
All right, Therese.
I just want to get some clarification, okay, for those of us sitting in the peanut gallery. Matt, okay, number one, whatever this mess is, that the language in this thing, regardless, not only does it not apply to us, and correct me if I'm wrong, not only does it not apply, but even if the idiots in Washington manage to get this stuff passed, it is not retroactive. Is that correct?
In a nutshell, yes.
Thank you.
I could.
That's all, nutshell, that's all I need. I'm a peanut. I don't need nothing else but the nutshell. Okay, number two, if we, I know you guys can't give us definitive reasons why we would be poor performers, but I keep thinking something also comes to me, not just regarding how grants usually go. If we don't take the grant, that may be one of the reasons, and this might help answer Chris's question too, or at least give him something else to think about. One of the reasons why we would not be eligible on some level to get any other federal grants is that you deny it, well, you don't need the money. So you can apply all you want to for another grant, but hello, we tried to give you some money before. You don't need the money, okay? That may be another reason other than, not having the matching funds, so on and so forth. And Chris asked a very poignant question, which was, and one needs to speculate. I guess you weren't willing to speculate, Matthew, but I am. Chris, the question almost answers itself because it's one of those things where it's like, why would they put that in there? Well, one person wrote this stuff up, and hello, we're dealing with the DNA of mediocrity in Washington. So let's just, you know the answer to that question without even asking it. So I just want to get some clarification that even if we take the grant, which I think we should, it's going to get spent. There's no way that they can retroactively say that anything about it, because right now everything that's in there is unconstitutional. It's and not only that, I think we put ourselves, these folks aren't going to be in power forever, and I think we put ourselves in a very precarious position of not being able to receive other grants if we deny this grant. And there's no guarantee that any of us are going to be here in the coming years regarding what may be needed for our firefighters, and there's no guarantee that those people will be in office in the years to come.
Therese, do you have any other questions?
I just want to make sure that I understood that this is not going to be something that we'll have to deal with again, hopefully, except if we don't take the money.
All right. Are there other questions? Mary Alice?
I have a question of the chair. Would you be willing to take a straw poll of council if there is any information that could be provided or clarified that would allow this to have 6 votes?
Well, first thing I would say, it does not need to have 6 votes tonight, because this is committee of the whole. We could send it to council. So I do believe that your question is relevant, but it can be addressed next week at council. If my understanding is Grace wanted to get the information on the legal case that was referred to. I don't know if Chris had any other standing questions. The reality is that at council.
I do.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
My question would be, James, what is the definition of a poor performer in accepting a grant? And the fire chief gave the definition of not having the matching funds. Alderperson Hersey has added the idea that the federal government could say you don't need the money somehow. And my question further is, can you deny grants for just cause? Like, you have a reason why you're not accepting the grant, other than we don't have matching funds, which we do.
Okay, so Chris, you would like further explanation on whether you can escape the poor performer label if you reject with cause? Is that what, am I understanding that correctly?
Good paraphrasing. Yes, that's what
Okay.
I want to ask. Yes.
And so those are the two items that I'm hearing, Mary Alice, that are to be resolved and could put us in a position next week that we could vote on this and potentially pass it. Go ahead, Mary Alice.
So I'll make a motion if there's no further questions. I'll move that we send to City Council for approval ordinance number 2025-11034, an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance, budget amendment number 3B for FEMA assistance to firefighters grant.
Second.
On the regular agenda, right?
On the regular agenda.
All right, seconded by Sharice. Discussion. Grace.
Thank you. I'll just say that, in my opinion, this is not about the radios, and it's not about the money for them, that we have the money for them. We just saw in the forecast, we have funds available. I would definitely be in favor of using for the radios. I think that's an important thing. It's about the agreement with Homeland Security. I still have concerns. I will appreciate some more information, but I still have concerns about the equity and divestment bans. And just want to point out that things are very different now. And I think we're going to have to check the grant agreements in fine print in all of them. The fact that we have the Department of Transportation trying to get us to enforce immigration to get money for our roads, that the fire department is having to agree with this. I think we are going to have to read all of these agreements with the federal government extremely carefully, especially from the Department of Homeland Security. I'm just not okay with this, and I think it's about way more than radios. For me, it's not worth selling our Urbana values and potentially putting us at risk for something that we can otherwise meet. We have money in reserves for federal grants, I thought was for these types of purposes. If it's only for we don't get the money, or are we willing to say that we will not accept funds under these conditions? So I guess I'm not sure the direction of a city where we stand, but I do not want to go down the path personally where we are agreeing to a lot of things under the federal government for accepting federal grants. And this has a lot of red flags for me still.
All right, thank you. Other discussion, Mary Alice.
Yeah, so I've kind of taken some notes here. I feel like the poor performer question that Chris has had would calculate in the rating of a specific grant. And so when a grant is reviewed by an agency, they give points as they score a grant application, and if you are a poor performer, then you would have a lower score for that particular category. That's how I interpret it. I fully agree that a lot of the stipulations within this grant do not represent the values of Urbana. So I completely agree with that. If we look at the particulars in terms of how is it enforced and how does it apply, so if I look at that, and we're talking about the indoctrination is K through 12. We're not the school district. So in my opinion, that doesn't apply to the city of Urbana. Is it right? No. But does it apply in this situation? No. Specifically in regards to operating with ICE, which is in contradiction to our sanctuary city status, it does not apply very clearly. The notification, or rather, the assumption, the agreement for disinvestment, however we decide to define that, however we interpret that at the federal level, we don't have anything on our docket that would address that. In my opinion, it would not get passed within 90 days, which is the outside timeframe that has been offered to us in terms of a time frame that we would be reimbursed by the federal government, given if we have an actual budget at the federal level. And last but not least, speaking to DEI, I think fundamentally what all of our ordinances say is that we do not support discrimination based on many characteristics an individual may have. That to me is not in contradiction. We do not support discrimination based on any of those categories. I feel like we are in compliance with the federal law there. So for these various reasons, I think that, and I feel that we can accept this even though we do not agree with how certain things are phrased, because I don't think it's relevant to the city of Urbana at this time frame, given the length of the grant.
Thank you. Any other comments? Chris?
No.
Mary Alice, can you take the chair?
I will take the chair, and the chair recognizes James.
Yeah, I want to reiterate the point-by-point discussion that Mary Alice has just gone through with regard to this particular grant. I want to remind everyone that this is our money. This is money that citizens have paid to the federal government. And if we allow things like this, which cannot be enforced, which do not apply to our area, to prevent us from proceeding with this, if we had passed this when it first came to City Council, we would have the reimbursement and we would be done and we would not be subject to retroactive enforcement of these things. We have no intention of committing to the items that don't apply to us, and we know that the items that we're most concerned about are irrelevant by the grant agreement itself. That's the way I understand it. So I think we are doing a disservice to the taxpayers of Urbana who pay federal taxes, who are funding this monster. If we say we're not going to participate in this when we know we can do it without stepping on our values, without backing off of where we are right now, then my feeling is they're winning, and I don't want to let them win in that way. I think we should move forward with this, and that's why I'm going to vote for it.
Would you like the chair back?
I would.
I will relinquish the chair.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Grace?
Just wanted to, on some of that point, if we could have clarification if we're having clarification for a future date on Article 56 and termination with failure to comply with the terms and conditions, and if we could have clarification on what that would look like if we did accept it and we failed with the terms, either before, after, or during that 90-day reimbursement window.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you have any comments on this before we move on? All right. So where we are right now is we have a motion to send it to City Council for regular consideration on the regular agenda for approval. And so I will ask for a voice vote because this is not final action. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
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 Okay, that passes 3-2 because I voted aye. All right, we're going to move on to the next, to new business. First thing, thank you, gentlemen. First thing up is ordinance number 2025-12-035, an ordinance authorizing the purchase of certain real estate, 2302 Vance Road, Urbana, Illinois.
Good evening, council members. I'm here to answer questions. I have no presentation at this time.
You might want to just give a summary for the public.
Certainly. So tonight, we are considering an ordinance for the purchase of real property at 2302 Vance Road, Urbana, Illinois, which is the property north of the interchange on Cunningham Avenue. And the ordinance in front of the council tonight is to approve the purchase and sale agreement, which is in draft form and attached to the memo and ordinance. No material changes would be made to the purchase and sale agreement if it were to be accepted, recommendation to move it to council to accept, but the purchase and sale agreement is attached.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Mary Alice?
I don't have any other questions. I wanted to clarify for the public that this would be using TIF 4 funds.
That's correct, yes.
And it's approximately just under $1 million?
That's correct. The total purchase or the total purchase price would be $915,000. In our ordinance, we've recommended that the purchase not exceed $925,000. That additional $10,000 would be reserved, encumbered for the purpose of the 50-50. It's a little complicated. Essentially for the maintenance of the property before it is repositioned for redevelopment. So there is a farm lease agreement included in your packet. That farm lease agreement, it has been in place with the owner the current owner for I think 30 years. And so instead of the city becoming responsible for the maintenance of the property if we were to take ownership of it, we would honor that existing farm lease agreement, and the farmer would stay in place and continue maintaining the property, farming the property for that duration of time where we are crafting an RFP, posting an RFP, waiting for a redevelopment agreement to move forward. So the $10,000 on top of the $915,000 is to have funds available to move forward with that lease, that farm lease.
And then the other two pieces of information, this is a property that is north of 74 and east of Cunningham. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it's right there. And my final question, this is an actual question, is the phrase encumbered on TIF 4 because we're closing it out? I'm not sure exactly, because we won't close this month if this gets approved.
So I think I may have been using the term encumbered incorrectly. Basically, we would be, it's like opening a purchase order for this purpose, but the funds will be leaving the TIF 4 account before the December 31st deadline if we were to move forward with this agreement.
So it does allow us to move the funds that would cover the agreement before the close of TIF 4.
I guess it allows us to reserve the funds with the purchase order, and that's why I've been using the term encumbered. But Elizabeth can clarify if that. But essentially, yes, it reserves or locks in those funds before the December 31st deadline for these purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth,
My hand is up, Mr. Chair.
Just a second. What term would you want us to use, Elizabeth?
I mean, I don't think encumbered is wrong. Once we have a commitment, we will encumber the funds. So as long as we have that commitment by December 31st when the TIF closes, we'll hold on to those encumbered funds for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. Olivia, again, for the public, does the city currently have signed contracts or commitments from a hotel motel business or a truck stop business to develop on the Pickerel property?
No, sir, there are no current contracts in place for hotel or truck stop.
My second question is, will the city require that employees of any future hotel, motel, or truck stop be 80% Urbana residents?
Chris, I'm not sure how that question can be asked since there is no contract or plan at this point.
Do we have a plan to do that? Can I ask that?
I think that's a really valuable question for discussion. At this current point in time, there's actually no real plan in place for how we would structure the RFP. We haven't spent the staff time or dedicated the staff time to crafting the RFP, and that's a very involved process that requires that would certainly we welcome the input, but at this point in time we do not have a plan in place to do that.
Thank you. Let me ask it this way, Mr. Chair. Is it a possibility that the city could require employees of any future hotel, motel, or truck stop be 20% African American? Is it a possibility
I don't
that we
think
could
so.
put that requirement on?
I actually don't think so. I'll let the city attorney respond. But I don't believe we can make qualifications based on race for hiring. That's just my gut reaction. I'm not an expert in that space, though.
Yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, based upon what I heard, I do not believe that would be a legal constitutional requirement under a development agreement.
Okay, I mean, it's a fuzzy area, right? Affirmative hiring and affirmative, accepting applications, affirmative letting people into schools has always gone back and forth. I understand that. One last question, Olivia, and I appreciate your patience. Is it a possibility, again, just a possibility, that the city could require that employees working at any future hotel, motel, or truck stop earn a wage that affords rent in the city of Urbana? Is it a possibility?
Thank you, Councilmember Evans, for these questions. You're stretching my my technical skill here. At this point in time, I'm unable to answer that question, and I don't want to be misleading for yourself or the public. So I would urge you. I would welcome more discussion on the crafting of the RFP if we choose to move forward with this purchase and sale, given the timeline. And then when we move forward into the development of the RFP, I certainly would welcome this level of discussion and these questions. At this point, I'm unable to answer that.
Is that all, Chris?
Yeah, thank you for everybody's patience. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right.
No further questions.
Matt, did you have something to add to that last question?
I was just going to say, I think that would require some significant additional research before we could answer
Thank you.
one way or the other on that.
Grace?
Thank you. I think with that same line of thought, I would definitely like to know more about the RFP process before it's released. I think that would be great. And I think we have a lot of other questions to offer that will be helpful in that process, like how other businesses around would be impacted by bringing in duplicate business close to this area. So I would definitely have quite a few questions, and I think the community would as well. So I think whatever the most transparency we can have in that process would be great. And also, you mentioned in the memo a whole bunch of work that's been done by studies from RPC and other analysts. And I don't know if we could have any kind of summary or update on that relevant to RFP process.
Certainly. So those those reports, let me just. In the memo, I referenced reports that had been produced in prior years, simply as potential resources to inform the RFP work and to illustrate that these properties have been in discussion for some time. Is your question about how they will inform the RFP specifically? I meant, my intent was simply to name them as resources around these properties that exist today.
I think if we could have the things, like I can probably, hopefully dig around the city website and find those, maybe, maybe not, but if you have those reports available in your review, if you could share the reports as you're going through the process, like if you use information from those to inform the RFP, I think that would be helpful to know. I understand not at that point yet, but when we get there and hopefully we have a discussion about that, those would be useful to know how you're using them and having the full reports themselves.
Okay, certainly. Thank you.
All right, any more questions? I do have a question I'm going to ask you, Olivia, but feel free to look around for people who have been here longer. Are you aware of any time the city has released an RFP for land that it controls that where the RFP was not discussed at council before it was released?
I don't think so. I'm not
Looking a little
aware.
towards Mary Alice because she's been here as long as anybody. Yes, Mary Alice?
The two past RFPs that I'm aware of that have been passed was 200 Vine just north of us. That absolutely went through a process at City Council. And then, oh shoot, it just left me. There's another RFP that we went through.
One for the parking lot south of Lincoln Square.
We have the Illinois Street RFP. That's our most recent RFP. I believe that went through a public process as well, but I can't speak to that directly. Okay, good.
Absolutely.
So we don't have a background of RFPs going to the public without council having input that anybody's aware of. Okay, thank you. Grace?
I would need a reminder on what that process was for the RFPs for downtown properties. We've talking about that a lot. I don't know if they're out. I was actually wondering that in this discussion, but as far as my recollection or understanding, we did not have any meaningful input on that process. So if I could have some clarification on when we have, that would be helpful.
Yeah, the one for, the only one that's been released while I've been serving on council was the one for south of Illinois Street, the parking lot area. And I do recall the discussion at council about what area was involved and what the goals of that RFP were. I don't think we've done one for the land on Ray Street at this point in time. And that's the only other one that I know of that's been in play since I've served on council the last 4.5 years. Mary Alice?
Yeah, I just wanted to let council and the public know of the 200 Vine Street just north of us was actually 10 years in the making. And there was a very robust conversation both in internal meetings and in the public. And also, even before it was allocated to the individual who eventually got it, there was public meetings, there was input. City council members went and spoke to the developers. So it was a very involved process. Now, that's 200 Vine Street. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have that much of a process, but I thought it was a good process. I thought that we came up with a good compromise between what the developer had envisioned and what the community would have liked to see there. Not everybody got exactly what they wanted, but that says to me it was a good compromise. So hopefully that 200 Vine Street process that we did could be done again for something like this.
Thank you for answering my question. Any other questions before we have a motion? Chris, are we done?
No further questions.
All right, could I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Chair recognizes Mary Alice.
I will move on to City Council regular agenda Ordinance number 2025-12035, an ordinance authorizing the purchase of certain real estate at 2302 Vance Road in Urbana, Illinois, to City Council for approval.
I'll second.
Seconded by Sharice. Discussion.
My hand is up, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Chris, you're first.
Thank you. There are some people in Urbana who struggle with affording assurance if they have insurance at all. There are some people in Urbana who struggle with affording their utilities. There are some people in Urbana who struggle with affording their gasoline. There are some people in Urbana who struggle with affording their rent. And there are some people in Urbana who struggle with affording their groceries. I often ride the MTD bus every week with many of these people. So for me to come in here tonight behind their backs after I put a knife in it and spend $915,000 of the Urbana taxpayers' money on corporate welfare for the hospitality industry and for the petroleum industry, two industries that have more money than God and who could easily afford to buy that land themselves, is both untenable and immoral, especially after I did the happy dance in front of the residents of the South Philo Road Business District, promising up and down, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that I'm going to invest in local businesses, that I'm going to invest in local people, and that I'm going to invest in local infrastructure, and that I'm going to invest in an alternative response system to enhance public safety in order to create an economic and cultural renaissance in the South Philo Road Business District. But instead, I come in here tonight and engage in a socialist redistribution of wealth from the Urbana taxpayers to out-of-town wealthy elite corporate welfare queens who don't need the taxpayers' money, they just want it. To go along with the usual okie doke, squandering $915,000 of the taxpayers' money and a chance to invest that tax money to help local Urbana residents will probably get me kicked off the MTD bus, as it should be. Thanks for letting me speak.
Mary Alice.
So I'm going to respond to Chris's comment. So first of all, the funds that are being proposed for this have to be spent in that specific geographic area. So it's not as if we were able to take the $915,000 and invest it in Philo area. What this could do, and I think in some regards, Chris is correct. This is assistance to businesses. We don't know, however, what business. I can tell you that the 200 Vine Street was a local business. I don't know who owns hospitality, different areas, and gas and so forth. So that's not necessarily 100% incorrect. I can say that one of the purposes for TIF districts is to boost the economic development of those particular regions. And we heard from the budget officer that what's going to help us is economic development, which we can then take some of those monies and invest in Philo. And so economic development within the city, I think, will bolster some of the different projects that a lot of people are in support of here. But without economic development, we are facing hard decisions with the budget for all of the asks that people want to do. So I feel like because the money is geographically bound in TIF 4, because the money is being designated for hopefully economic development, and because we need more economic development to help areas like Philo, I am in support of this.
Thank you. Grace.
Thanks. I appreciate those points. definitely see the aspects of them. I think that's, for me, the importance of needing to have that really thorough and involved RFP process. And I think we would really need to justify the actual benefits of the people to Urbana, whatever it is. If you want to be a hotel or a gas station, what would be the impacts environmentally and economically for that, versus having a local, we talk about farmland in here as being underutilized, which there's plenty of issues with industrial, mass-produced, pesticide-ridden agriculture, but there are also other options, and that there's really importance of having local, sustainable food sources. So I think that, in my mind, this is the first step of purchasing the property, and then the next step is, as you've highlighted, then what to do with it. And I will be much more critical in the sense of critical thinking and justifying this expense to the people when we come to that part of the process. And then I had a technical question, if we expected that we were going to meet again before December 31st.
Yes, so because the committee of the whole from December, what was it, the 1st originally, got rescheduled due to weather. It is happening tonight. And so ordinarily, December 15th would have just been a committee of the whole, but we are going to have a council meeting for the rescheduled committee of the whole items next week on December 15th. And as of right now, we do anticipate having a quorum, albeit by the hair on our chin. But we are planning to meet next week on the 15th, ideally in a council meeting and possibly also a committee of the whole.
Thank you.
All right, other discussion? Mary Alice, would you take
My
the
hand is
chair?
up again.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Well, you haven't talked yet. Go ahead.
No, I'm the chair. I have to wait till last. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Just to respond, I want to remind that we have no contracts or commitments in place. There is no economic development. You're guessing, speculating, wishing, and hoping. As far as the RFP for Lincoln Square parking lot, it never happened. As far as we have yet to have anybody commit to the Vine Street where the adult education building is, we have no commitment there. We have no commitment to knock down the downtown jail. The economic wishes and hopes are just that, thin air. There is no, you can't count on economic development happening north of I-74 when you don't have it yet. If you had something signed and a commitment, you might be able to count your chickens because they've already hatched. But as of yet, it's all a guessing game and a hoping game, and you're playing with their money, the taxpayers' money. Also, that $915,000 goes back into the next contiguous TIF district, which would be, I think, TIF District 3. And you're right, Mary Alice, it wouldn't directly go to South Philo Road because there is no TIF district out there, but it would go back into the coffers of the next TIF district, for which the taxpayers would have access to use that money for something else. Thank you for letting me talk.
Therese, I saw your hand go up.
Am I incorrect in thinking that it would go into the central TIF? It would go into central TIF. Okay, so my other question is, and this basically, I don't know, Chris, I understand, I guess you're being upset about, I guess what I want to know is where is this information about a pilot or some kind of gas station trucker thing, where is that information coming from? Is that something that, yeah, can
It
you?
was in the memorandum.
Olivia, I'd just like to hear where it's coming from because I keep hearing about stuff that I'm not privy to or don't know anything about.
I'm going to allow this question, but we're in discussion. Go ahead, Olivia.
There are two studies that were referenced in the memo, one for hospitality and the other for I believe it's basically a truck stop. I think it's called a transfer station.
Mm-hmm.
We had, before there was a conditional offer letter signed by the current owner of the property, we had a closed door session where I highlighted some of the benefits, tax benefits to the district in terms of revenue from those businesses. The reason I've been highlighting commercial uses as potential revenue generating for this site is because this site is zoned as a commercial zone. So unless there was a rezoning in place, I'm operating in what's currently possible. So that is where I've highlighted in the past those two particular types of business. But it's kind of a blank slate, and we can move forward through the RFP process. However,
So there's nothing stating exactly what kind of business would go there, if a business was to go there, which, by the way, would, offer some employment for people and so on and so forth, correct?
There's nothing binding us to any given type of business except for the current zoning, which is, I'm not remembering the current, it's a business zone. I can look it up quickly, but yes, that's correct. There are no current parameters on the type of business there.
Okay.
I don't know the zoning.
All right. Mary Alice, would you take the chair?
I'll take the chair, and the chair recognizes James.
All right, I am going to vote to support this because the quickest way to have nothing happen is to do nothing. And letting it sit here idle. This was a hotel years ago, and that ownership failed to maintain it. It became an issue. It had to be torn down because it was degrading. This discussion about corporate welfare for hotel brands and for big oil. Yes, if you're selling gasoline, you're participating in the petroleum industry, but those stations aren't operated by the oil companies anymore. That happened in the 50s and 60s. Now, those things are operated by local licensees for whatever name that is, and they hire local people to do those things. Hilton doesn't run any hotels. Hilton sells their name to hotels. There may be a few still that are run by Hilton. Those are local businesses or regional businesses that invest in hospitality, something that we are in deficit for because of growth in the Rantoul sports complexes, the growth of the University of Illinois, and the need for housing when people come to visit and people are coming to the community. Those are things that are deficit. Those are opportunity for bringing revenue in. A truck is going through on 74 is going to get gas somewhere. It's going to get it at, right now, it's going to probably get it at Oakwood, or it's going to get it at Leroy. And it's because there is not a station like that that serves that capabilities on 74 in that stretch. They could go up a little bit on I-57 to get something. They could go south on I-57 to get something. But that main thoroughfare is the opportunity for them to stop there and fill up their tank in Urbana, where they would contribute to giving us revenue to help us do some of the things we want to do for those people that need help with being housed, other circumstances. So I welcome the kind of input that Grace and Chris have talked about with regard to how we design this RFP to get the business that's going to work there, that's going to be economic viable, but contribute to the economic health of areas that we want to see. But not doing anything and leaving a former hotel location to continue to be farmed in the middle of an industrial complex next to a truck repair shop, by the way, it doesn't make sense to me. So that's why I'm going to support that. We have to invest to make economic development work. You cannot just wait for something to land. If you wait for something to land, you could be waiting a really long time, and that's not growth. And so, and we don't want to be raising taxes. We'd rather see expansion by economic development, growth in value, those kinds of methods. So that's why I'm going to support this.
I will relinquish the chair back to James.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll have a voice vote on this. The motion is to send it to City Council on the regular agenda for approval. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, Olivia. Next up would be ordinance number 2025-12-036, an ordinance dissolving the special tax allocation fund and terminating the designation of the City of Urbana tax increment redevelopment project area known as TIF 4.
Similarly, I don't have a presentation tonight, but to offer a brief summary, in accordance with the TIF Act, which is the state law that governs TIF districts, this is a formal ordinance to close out TIF 4, the very TIF that we were just talking about, effective December 31st, 2025.
All right, do we have questions? Yes, Grace.
Thank you. So this is to close it and transfer remaining funds by December 31st, is what I'm reading in section 5 of the ordinance, right?
So, yes, that is correct. But I just want to be clear that there will be a budget amendment that will follow to get that TIF fund to zero balance, and that'll probably happen in early 2026. The reason being is because there are still some active, administrative accounting things that take place that we won't know the exact, dollar and cent amount to send to Central TIF until after that closes. So I just want to make sure the council is totally clear on that. This is the intent, but there will be some administrative action that would follow early in the new year.
Thank you, which I appreciate, because that was going to be a question of if we knew how much would be transferred. And I'm trying to remember, because I thought we already did, was it a budget amendment or authorization to transfer from TIF 4 to Central TIF, and we already did that.
Yeah, so the council approved budget amendment 4 in late November, which transferred about $7 million to Central TIF, and those were dollars or monies that were not attributed to any open purchase orders or contracts, and so we could just go ahead and move that because it wasn't committed to anything. And then that budget amendment number 4 also created the line to tee up the purchase, if the council were to choose to move forward with the purchase and sale of that property. It created a budget line for that. So that
Your call has exceeded the maximum permitted duration.
Oh, sad.
So, so I hope that answers your question. I'm happy to continue clarifying as needed.
Okay, thank you. And try to see if I remember my other question. Oh, no. Yeah, I think just I'll look forward to how much is actually there. And, oh yeah, other question was notice to the other taxing bodies. Could you remind me, I think we've said this before, but they were all okay with transferring, right? None of them wanted their money back, even the school district?
Yeah, we've had meetings with the taxing bodies over the course, actually those meetings started before my appointment. And then we sent the letters notifying all the districts of the closure, and I believe the memo mentions it's an October date, and we received no comments back from any of the taxing bodies.
Thank you.
I just want to check. Chris, are you still there? We may need to reestablish the call.
He's probably calling back in, though.
No, but the call was ended because it exceeded its length. So we need to make sure our team back there is restarting it. We're going to take a brief pause here until we get Mr. Evans back on the line. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay. Oh, I think Bunny's is gonna close again. They have some good chicken wings. I really had a hankering for. I wonder if I can.
Olivia.
I wonder if I can order some. Pick them up during the meeting. Maybe we can send Teddy out to go get us some chicken wings.
Teddy P.
It's like
I was struggling as I was saying.
Oh, yeah, I was going on about the condition.
Okay. Going to call us back to order. Chris, are you there?
I am.
I may have shorted us a minute, I don't know, but it felt like 5 minutes to me, so. All right, we were in questions about ordinance 2025-12-036. Chris, did you have any questions?
No, not about this, no.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right, can we have a motion?
I'd like to move. Oh. I guess you got to call on me.
Go
don't you?
ahead, Therese.
I'd like to move for ordinance number 2025-12-036, an ordinance dissolving a special tax allocation fund and terminating the designation of the City of Urbana tax increment redevelopment project area, TIF 4. Move that to, I guess, regular agenda
For approval?
for approval.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mary Alice. Discussion. Grace?
Just say that I personally support the use of these funds in central TIF for things like affordable housing in downtown once they're in the central TIF, and acknowledging that they are from TIF 4 and leftover, and especially if we do not end up prioritizing things like housing or community spaces for this TIF 4 property, I would definitely like to see that in central TIF, which might be even a more appropriate central location for those sorts of things. But for, in my mind, the millions of dollars that we're moving from TIF 4 to central TIF, in my mind, still need to be flagged for some kind of greater community purpose or serving the most vulnerable in our community.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Chris, are you okay?
Yeah, no discussion at this time.
All right, so we're moving this to City Council on the regular agenda for approval. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. We're moving on to resolution number 2025-12-091R, a resolution approving and authorizing the execution of an amendment to a grant agreement for the fiscal year 23 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant between the Champaign County Regional Planning Commission and the City of Urbana. Thank you, John.
Okay, well, good evening, council. So I'm just going to pull up a couple of visuals for us here. So yes, we're coming back to talk about the Lincoln Avenue, North Lincoln Avenue corridor project. We have a grant that we've talked about a couple of times with you with Safe Streets for All. In fact, we came back to you in February, earlier this year, with the original grant agreement. And this is for, part of it is that the city will be leading a demonstration of the new configuration on Lincoln Avenue as a temporary demonstration, and that's what this grant would help fund. We're coming back to you because the original grant agreement had within it a, as part of its term, it would be a phased grant. So the larger grant is funding an update to the regional safety plan by the Regional Planning Commission. And we were in the planning phase for this demonstration project, and once we got that to a environmental clearance or environmental approval by the DOT, then we would come back with an amendment to the grant, because then they'd be ready to obligate the funds. So that's the administratively why we're here again to talk about this grant, because that was baked in the original agreement that there'd be a checkpoint at this point. So most of the terms of this amendment are really much the same of what it was before in the original agreement. The differences are we are obligating $160,000 for the demonstration project, whereas the original agreement only obligated the $785,000 for RPC's safety action plan. It includes minor updates to the grant timelines, and also includes a special grant term 6.9, which I explain in some detail in the memo. This is the similar in conversations we've been having previously, where this was essentially talking about immigration enforcement on the one hand, and then the next paragraph talking about how there's a preliminary injunction from a California v. Duffy case that essentially nullifies that executive order to comply. What was it? To cooperate with and not impede U.S. Immigration and Customs enforcement. And so then what has happened, even since we drafted this memo for the December 1st meeting, was the U.S. DOT issued this letter that I shared with you by email. And I'm showing on the screen here, sharing that this preliminary injunction has turned into a final decision from the court, that the immigration enforcement condition, as it's termed here, has been declared unlawful and ordered vacated from all grant agreements administered by the defendants, including the Department of Transportation. And so, in my understanding from Federal Highways, from DOT, is that we'll get an updated, when we get the final draft of this grant agreement amendment, this entire section that talks about immigration enforcement will be removed. And so it won't even be a mention of this special grant term 6.9 in the final version of the agreement. And I'm talking about a draft of an amendment, a final version. Why are we bringing a draft to you? The reason we're bringing a draft to you is because to implement this demonstration of the, one lane in each direction and a shared turn lane on North Lincoln Avenue, and this is going from Washer Avenue up to Killarney, south of the interstate. We want to catch this in a good time in the spring. I want to get this new pavement markings put on the road by approximately around spring break, mid-March. And to do that, we need to go out for bids by the end of January. And so we're talking about, we just have a bit of a tight timeline here to get this. We can't go to bid until this amendment is executed fully by all parties. So bringing this draft to you with the understanding from our FHWA contacts that we don't anticipate substantial changes from it outside of the change that I just discussed with you about the immigration enforcement condition. Now, the important thing is that this resolution that's before you is to approve and authorize the execution of this agreement, by the mayor, giving him the authority to do this. But the point is that it's, substantially in the form that you see it today, and that I know that Matt Rushley, as the city attorney, and myself, it's our duty to make sure that what we advise the mayor to sign is not substantially different from what you see here today. So I just wanted to say that out loud. And if it is, then we would come back to you to have more discussion about it. So our hope is that we could, ask council for an approval of this amendment in December, and then be prepared to, we should expect to get the final draft before January, and then we'd be in a position to get it executed and get the project out to bid in time for this demonstration. So I went a little longer than I expected to. I'm sorry, I know it's been a long night, but that is it in a nutshell. And so, any questions?
What are the questions? Grace.
So there's, in the attachments, there's agreements from 2024 and 2023, right? I was confused if that was like a markup and a clean version, but those are different year applications, is that right?
Yeah, so to step through kind of the attachments, what I've given is the amendment to the grant agreement. And so we're a subrecipient. Regional Planning Commission, they are the primary recipient of the grant. So we'll sign a subrecipient agreement with RPC, and then our subrecipient agreement with them has the parent agreement, I guess you'd say, between DOT and RPC as an attachment. So at the risk of being a little confusing, I've included both the amendment and between us and RPC, and the amendment between DOT and RPC, then the original agreement between us and RPC, along with the original agreement between DOT and RPC.
Thank you. Makes sense why it was a little confusing.
Yeah, I don't think I made it better, sorry.
That's okay. That helped. And then just as far as the actual wording of this ordinance, it says that we enter into the attached amendments for the grant agreement, and the mayor is authorized to take those steps, whatnot. Do we need to say something about, like, that it's in draft form or substantially similar to this? Like, are we good even if it says the attached amendment to the grant agreement if there are changes after our approval tonight?
I think, Matt, I'm, open to this too. It's like, I've seen other language of resolutions that will say it more explicitly, like, the terms of the amendment to grant agreement are hereby approved, but it kind of says it in longer language of like in substantially the same form as the attached documents, something like that. Yeah, I think that if we said it more explicitly, like resolution is passed for this potential draft, you know, yeah, something we could add to that language.
Sure, I think that would make sense if that's what we are saying. I don't know, legally if that's something we need to do or is of good practice to do. But maybe to think about and consider for the final vote next week.
All right, thank you, Grace. Mary Alice?
So I'm wondering if this can be addressed with similar language that we do when we're approving something from the Plan Commission, that nothing substantially will deviate from this plan. If we could add in some kind of language that there will be only, I don't know if the phrase is de minimis, but any small changes, but any large ones would have to come back to City Council. I'd let the lawyer figure out what that language should say.
Yep, I think we can craft something that captures that in spirit. So.
Okay, other questions? Chris?
No.
So I have a question. I think this is about the third time we've talked about this, and each time we've kind of asked that this be a test done in the fall when we would see the impact of like a football game day. Now here we are back going to do it in April. How long is it going to run in April?
Yeah, well, Justin's not just a pretty face. Do you want to explain this to Justin?
Yeah, so we talked about this earlier this year. Our intention was to do this in the fall, not only to capture, the concerns about some of those heavier traffic days, but also to help with our project timeline. Due to just the process of this phase of the design and the environmental clearances that had to be passed through the federal government and all the delays we've kind of experienced, and then this agreement kind of being in limbo here until recently, we obviously missed that window. So in order to keep this project on schedule, our next window is in the spring once we get some hopefully decent weather and the opportunity to still capture traffic that represents, having students here, that population and some of the housing developments up that way, and then being able to, so we would do the demonstration from approximately spring break, so mid-March through mid-June, 90 days, 3 months is the window we're looking at. That actually will complete phase one of this design, and that's the last thing we need to do in addition to, and that will include public input. So we'll do a pretty substantial public engagement process at the same time as the demonstration, and then wrap that all up in June, which would put us in good position then to move forward with the next phase of design for the project shortly after that, which then keeps us on track to spend this money that we show in our budget being available as soon as FY28. So we pushing it back, if we were to try to do this in the fall of next year, runs the risk of delaying the project for another 6 months to a year, and us potentially missing the window for the STBG money that would be available for this project.
Yeah, but you're going to capture like Mom's Day and graduation weekend, which are pretty, because those are in April and second weekend in May. So you'll get to, those are, just to know that there's going to be at least a couple of high volume weekends associated with university is what I was that's why I wanted to know the span was.
Right, we're trying to
It was like
capture, yeah.
March 15th to April 15th, I'd say that's not going to tell you what the impact's going to be on this high volume.
Right. We're
But
trying
if
to
it's going to run
capture-
into June, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, we're trying to capture that warm weather with the student population in town.
Okay.
And our hope was to do it in the fall, and like Justin said, because we had to get environmental clearances for putting paint on pavement, that we, and the grant agreement going along, we missed that opportunity, and so this is kind of our next best chance. So.
All right. Any final questions before I have a motion? Who's going to make the motion?
I'll make a motion. You know what? I'm going to make a motion to put it on the consent agenda. Resolution number 2025-12091, 091R. Resolution approving and authorizing the execution of an amendment to a grant agreement for the fiscal year 23 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant between Champaign County Regional Planning Commission and the City of Urbana.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Yes, Grace?
Just something we can come back to next week, but that we did have some potential changes to the language, just as far as putting it on consent, but we can burn that bridge when we get to it. Thanks.
Yes, if it's not sufficient, we can pull it off of consent. All right. Chris, any discussion?
No.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. You guys are going to stick around for the next one too, right? Resolution number 2025-12-092R, resolution approving and authorizing execution of a license agreement with Urbana School District number 116 for on-street parking and a bus turnout at 1602 South Anderson, which is the Flossie Wiley campus of the 6th grade center.
Thank you, James. And you probably noticed that I specifically was just calling it by its address. Didn't know what the name was going to be.
I did notice that.
Yeah. So we do, but it's not bad practice. It's a clarification, for legal documents like this. But yeah, for the Flossie Wiley campus, as you're all aware, the school district went to, had a great project improving this campus and expanding the building. And as we were getting into reviewing the development from the city side, we had conversations with the school district just kind of about cleaning up the way that the right-of-way is being used, has been used for years, and the addition of this bus turnout that was built on Florida Avenue. So the way that parking works on this campus, and of course this aerial image that I'm showing is of the old campus, the old configuration. But as far as I can tell from probably dating back to the 1950s when this school was originally built, there's been street parking on Pennsylvania Avenue and Anderson Street. And it's been in this configuration where you're basically pulling perpendicular into the parking lanes. And so when you have to get out, you back out into traffic. It's not a configuration we would want to see today, wouldn't allow today, but it's been in effect for so long that we just wanted to essentially formalize this arrangement in the license agreement. The school district has been clearing this of snow and sweeping it, for this time. It's kind of the informal arrangement. This license agreement also just formalizes that. And as another step just to kind of dot our I's and cross our T's, the school district will apply for a zoning ordinance variance for the way this parking configuration is on Pennsylvania and Anderson there. Then they also added the bus turnout and kind of helped with the distribution of kids to and from the middle school and high school campus to the 6th grade center, all that. And I think it sounds like it's been going pretty well so far. And so they just built a bus turnout off of Florida Avenue there within the right-of-way. And the school district will be responsible for, maintaining that pavement and replacing it as it needs it, but the city will be plowing snow off of it. So just kind of a practical arrangement with the school district about that. So those are kind of that's the meat and potatoes of it. It's not signed yet by the school district, but no, Dr. Ivory Tatum was comfortable with it and just asked that we go ahead and look for council's approval.
All right, questions? Yes, Grace.
Thank you. On Florida, is there already a bus turnout lane there?
So this let me see if I can zoom in a little better. So yeah, this is an aerial image from before the improvements, and I do have that drawing, don't I? Well, So there's the 2 lanes of traffic, there's a bike lane, and then there's the bus turnout on the other side of the bike lane, before
Oh,
the
those
sidewalk.
aren't parking spaces. That's
Cor-
just the bus turnout.
Correct, yeah, that is just the bus turnout. Don't know if this will help or not.
And my, kind of the root of the question was about the bike lane and kind of how that works with crossing the bike lane.
Yes, and in short, yeah, I mean, the buses will have to cross the bike lane to get into the bus turnout, yeah.
MTD and school buses?
Well, the MTD is acting as the school bus for this, and so I believe the yellow buses, they go into the campus, where this is just MTD buses.
Yeah, the yellow buses use that loop on the east side of the building, which is on the top of the page here. And
Yeah.
the bus turnout has already been constructed. It was done as part of the construction project for the school.
Thank you. And then the angle of some of the parking spaces, it looks like it's, really oriented for one directional flow of traffic. Like if you were coming south on Anderson, you'd have to flip around for that angle, or if you wanted to head back down south, you're at an awkward thing. And those aren't necessarily one-way streets, but it looks like we've designed it for a one-way flow of traffic with the angles, right?
Well, I would say that's true on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, and I'm sorry, because the last 2 images I showed you, north was in different directions, but north is up. So Pennsylvania does have the angled parking, sharply angled. So you'd have to be going eastbound to safely go in and out of those spaces. On Anderson, it is perpendicular, so the direction doesn't matter, but the school district does.
Oh, and you're keeping them that way. Those purple dashed lines are not the new
yes.
orientation of the parking spots, or are they?
That's a hatch block. Yeah, that's a hatch pattern. Sorry. Yep.
Okay, but on Pennsylvania, they are. Oh no, I see the white. No, just kidding. That's the real
Yeah.
one. So that's not changing. The orientation of the
Yep.
existing parking
Yeah,
spots is
so-
not changing.
Yeah, pay attention to the white. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was confused with the purple there. Okay.
I see it. I
Thank
see
you.
it. Yeah, because that would be counter to how they have the one way going to right now as well.
So is Anderson was one way during beginning of school and after school for a while. Is it no longer one way during that period?
So yes, I think it was when it was Wiley Elementary School, and then when the school wasn't used for a year, there hasn't been any traffic control. And then with the development of the redevelopment of the site, the school district has adopted a new traffic plan that they're, I'd say, working through or testing in this first semester, which is to close Anderson Street at Florida and run traffic south down Anderson, but then back up north. So they've added, if you could pull up the site
Well, there's
plan.
the drop-off.
They've added a drop-off loop on the west side, so off of Anderson. So vehicles can come south down Anderson, go through that drive-through, and then exit to the north.
Okay, so they're just blocking Anderson off at
Florida.
At Florida, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Yes, Grace?
I'm sorry, I couldn't find in there. Is this the new adult education center? You said it's not a school?
No, it's the sixth grade center.
Oh, it is the sixth grade center. Okay, thanks.
All right, could I have a motion?
I'd like to move for resolution number 2025-12-092R, a resolution approving and authorizing the execution of a license agreement with Urbana School District 116 on street parking and a bus turnout at 1602 South Anderson. Move to consent agenda for approval.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Chris, any discussion?
No.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Thank you. You guys here for the last one, too?
Yeah.
Resolution number 2025-12-093R, a resolution for improvement under the Illinois Highway Code, state motor fuel tax for Vine Street and Washington Street.
Okay, thank you. And like when we talked about maybe a month ago or so, we're cleaning up our books with IDOT, just making sure that our MFT funds are all accounted for in the right way. We have this particular project, Vine Street and Washington Street, which was rebuilt back in 2020. We just had an administrative miss on this. There was just under $50,000 spent on design engineering that didn't get an MFT resolution through council. So there was not that paperwork, that step in the process. And so we're coming back to see if we can get that rectified. And because if we don't, we don't have to, give the state money back, but what we'd have to do is we'd have to get money from another account and move it over to the MFT account. If council be willing to ask for an MFT resolution on it's just a 5-year-old project, that's not too old, for $50,000.
All right, what are your questions? Chris, any questions? There's none in the room so far.
No.
Yes.
I'd like to
Sharice.
make a motion for resolution number 2025-12-093R, resolution for improvement under the Illinois Highway Code, state motor fuel tax for Vine Street and Washington Street to consent agenda for approval.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Chris, any discussion?
No.
All right. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. All right, thank you, gentlemen. And now we are in the discussion section of our agenda, and we can use this opportunity to go into any updates based on, we have a version 7.2, I believe, of the proposal. Grace, would you like to give us some?
Was that,
updates?
if I may pull up the materials?
That'd be great. Thank you. You guys aren't going to stay around for this? It'll be riveting. We're getting really close. You might see the end.
And just some quick summary of the materials that were already sent out. There's a version 7.2. There's a markup that was shared with you if you'd like to see all the few changes between 7.2 and 7.1 that James and Mary Alice had worked on. And then there's a clean version that's in the packet. There's also updated surveillance definition comparisons, and this might be helpful to explain some of the changes or coloring. So we've seen this list before. These ones that have a yellow background are ones that are new or changed, and then I highlighted the changed wording. This GPS tracking systems was already one in our proposed ordinance definitions. I had just overlooked it when I was putting it in this Excel sheet, so that's just updated. And then I do have some new proposed language of talking about GPS tracking systems in accordance with Illinois Freedom from Location Surveillance Act. This top one about video monitoring was already there with some added proposed languages about technology that can be remotely accessed, which is in line with many other cities' ordinances. And then for consideration, including privately owned devices, such as doorbell cameras, was something that we had talked about incorporating. And since a lot of these definitions already say any video or audio monitoring that can be transmitted remotely, that seems to classify under that definition. And I would think that it's important to just kind of lay that out. And then this one of drone usage in accordance with the Freedom from Drone Surveillance Act. Then some of the colors below, I was thinking the ones up top, closer to the top, are more in similar citing with other ordinances from other cities. And then down below, there are ones that are less common, so I think that we could argue of removing them or combining them. I kind of had them color-coded by things that could potentially be combined just to simplify it. things like the scanners and radio stuff in blue, and purple about through the wall and x-ray things being somewhat similar. And then in red, I don't think that we have electronic toll readers, so not as relevant, and DNA capture technology would be covered under any biometric surveillance technology. So I think those could be argued to be removed. And that's about the main updates there. You can see in the other general definitions from the other cities, where it talks about things like each of these does talk about location being one of the definitions of surveillance. And so that's why it might make sense to just have that as a specific example definition. And then there are no changes from the last time you saw these notes about things that were not covered, and we still may want to consider adding a few things that are in other cities' ordinances and not ours. And I'd say between 7.1 and 7.2, there were not, I'd say, many significant changes. I don't know if there was, I guess it's subjective to call it significant, but a lot of these are even between 7 and 7.1 that James and Mary Alice had already changed. We had already gone through that. I think that we had a pretty good agreement / clear areas of still disagreement on 7.1 versus 7.7 versus 7.1. And then I think here in blue is actually the changes from 7.1 to 7.2. And again, this was attached in emails to council as well. There were some changes that we had talked about in our previous discussion, like we had talked about and done a straw poll, I believe, on things like public input period of 30 days and just combining some of those sections. So I'd say, I think almost all, if not all of these are ones that we had already talked about in previous discussions and straw polls. Have you taken any other thoughts or questions?
If you don't mind, if we could start back up towards the top where there's, I think we had gotten pretty deep into this. We had gotten down to around section 7, I think, where we started to get bogged down when Jaya was leading us through this. There are a couple of changes here that are prior to that. So if we could talk briefly about this change to section 2A, which has now additional language.
So the changes in red are from 7 to 7.1 that you and Mary Alice had
Right,
done.
I'm talking about
And then in
the
blue.
change in blue.
Yep, so it's
about adding data from a new source or new analytical tools in a manner which changes the functionality of existing data collected by the surveillance technology. So this is new language that you and Mary Alice added in here?
No, it is reworded language that has already been
reworded?
in there.
Okay.
You can see below where it's struck through, that was the previous language.
And so okay, I understand that now. I would, since you and Mary Alice put this together, I would ask if Chris and Charisse have seen that and you're okay with that change?
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it too. I just want to make sure that we're touching any of the things that have changed in the area that we moved through before, even if it's an improvement. And so I think 2B there, that additional language is just clarification that's the intent of that is to give the public time to provide feedback instead of having a separate bullet for that. Is that correct?
Yes, we had talked in discussion about removing C and combining it with B since
So that's the outcome of our previous discussion? Okay.
Yep.
If you could keep on going down then. I think all of this has been addressed.
This was just small numbers about referencing different sections of the
Okay,
ordinance.
yeah, just keeping that correct. So this item C here, seems to be a new bullet
That is new, yes.
that's been added. And Mary Alice?
I believe we didn't talk about this. I mean, no, let me restate that. We did talk about it, but I didn't come to any conclusion. Am I remembering our conversation, Grace? I think your rationale for this was because any two members, council members, could bring anything to city council anyway. I think that's what you were referencing. Is that right?
Yes, and I do apologize. This was one that I think, yes, was not talked about in the group discussion, so thank you for pointing that one out. This was confusing it. It was discussed in a 2x2 with Mary Allison, myself, and city leadership and attorney, I believe. And yes, Mary Alice said, since any two council members can bring something to the agenda, this is just clarifying that process, that this is the same, so that there's no question about reevaluating something, because that, as it's written without this, once something is approved, it's indefinite, and there's no process for reevaluating it.
So here's my challenge with that. If it's already covered under the existing way we do things, duplicating it here means that if we address our rules and talk about our rules at some point, and we change that, then we have to go back and find all the places that like restates that thing that we already agree is that way, and that worries me.
Yeah, that is, I think, a legitimate practical concern. The other thing I would point out, unless I'm mistaken about this, is that this rule is presently a council rule and not part of the city code. Am I incorrect? Okay.
It is codified in our city code, the process by which items are placed on the agenda. So it is not just a council rule, it is binding.
So disregard that.
Mary?
I'm just wondering if in order to ensure that it is consistent with whatever rules we have in place, if we reference that. So council members may request that surveillance technology be reevaluated according to the rules in the city council rules for bringing something to the agenda. If we could just reference that, I think that kind of clears that up a little bit. And we don't have to go back every time we change that rule to also update this.
That would eliminate my concern. Grace, if that's okay with you.
I
have a
don't know. May need to think on that, because different things. I mean, I don't agree with upping the bar so that it takes more than two council people, but I guess that's the thing for the majority of council to vote on and decide.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an item that's going to come up when we address council rules, and I think we're pretty even on how we feel about that, so it could go either way.
Well,
Could you state what it means to have surveillance technology be reevaluated? Who does the reevaluating? We do?
Council.
Or
Yes.
the police department does? So reevaluated in what way? Like, does it work? Do we still want it? What do you mean?
Yes, maybe reconsidered would be a better word, and so for approval would be by city council.
Be reconsidered.
And so when we do this approval, what is the policy behind the approval after that? Meaning, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
It would be the same as the first time it were approved, outlined in section 2 and 3 of the ordinance.
Okay, but what I'm asking is when we approve it, are we discussing this, this particular thing the way that we are discussing it now? Or is it, I mean, and when I say that, I mean like all open meeting and everybody's talking about what the surveillance stuff is going to be and how it's going to be used and where and under what circumstances, and is there a case number applied to it or any of that?
So it would be the same as the new one, so it would be brought to council and made publicly available, the use policy and use report. There would be a 30-day input period, and then there would be a vote for approval by majority of council. And we would use these standards for approval, just like the first time something were approved.
I guess I don't know. Okay.
So now that Charisse has put it that way, I guess I would, I don't know that we're going to come to a firm conclusion on this because the two, or just use the current council rules for this. But I would ask that we consider putting a higher bar in here for making this request. In other words, the technology has been evaluated, there's been a process. I would suggest that the council members that want it to be reevaluated would have to describe the circumstances that have changed that would justify us going through that process again, as opposed to two people who didn't like that we approved it constantly coming back and asking for it to be reapproved. What's the purpose for reevaluating it? Is it, and this is why I'm concerned about our current council rules, and we're going to talk about this more, is that, you know, we should not be in a place where we create a process that doesn't require people to state the purpose for why they're asking us to go through this kind of administrative process over and over again. Okay, so maybe not quite resolved on that one yet. Let's keep going down and see what else is here.
I will also remind us that by my watch, it is 10:16, and prior to 10:30, we would have to take some sort of action if there was a desire. You don't have to do anything right this second, but just awareness.
As chair, I'm going to say that because we started at 6:30 with Township, those rules are there to keep us from working beyond fatigue, and I am not looking to entertain a motion to extend tonight. But I do think we can get a little bit deeper in this. Do individuals have additional council input and communications for tonight that we need to be aware of? Grace, did you have anything else to share? Chris, did you have anything else to share for council input?
No.
Okay, then we'll focus on this, and when we get close to the end, we'll just end. Okay. Okay, so this C item, you guys took a stab at rewording this.
We did. I was going to check, or is this the attorney's language? I'm getting a little lost myself. I apologize on some of the updates. We did have recommended language from city attorney that I thought I put in there. We can check if this is his wording or our best
I guess
attempt.
I'm okay with putting wording in there that we have to put in there, but I would like to make sure that there's wording in there that the public can parse very simply. And I think what I asked for previously was that this state very early that we don't want the mayor or the city selling data. And then this additional explanation of what that looks like.
Yes,
I'm
so
fine
that
with
is
that
moved
being
up.
in there for legal reasons, but I wish it would just say at the beginning, you know, we don't want you selling the data, and here's the legalese that we think will prevent that. Yes, Mary Alice?
Yeah, I mean, if you'll see the comment that Grace had put in, this is like, the basic intent is the city won't sell surveillance. So we could even say, the city is hereby prohibited from entering into any contract or agreement to sell data. Like, you know, that's something that's very busy, you know, very simple.
This means
Yeah.
the extra stuff.
I completely agree, and I guess I would ask the city attorney, what additional language needs to be included by basically saying the city may not sell data? What beyond that needs to be in that paragraph?
I can take a closer look. There's a lot there, potential factors to consider. This is not,
Not your
looking
version.
at what I sent, I don't think this is what I generated, but
Thank you.
I'll confirm that.
Then I would propose we maybe loop around to that one, and I will check with getting the updated language. But that's why, yeah, Mary Alice and I at least moved that, not selling it in exchange for monetary forms earlier, and Matt had some other suggested language that was sent out to everyone that we can maybe revisit that. This was just a small piece on the patches or upgrades we just added that are necessary to maintain essential operations or mitigate cybersecurity threats based on Mary Alice's input that it might not be just for cybersecurity. I think we talked about that as a group, but I don't recall. This was just clarifying about voluntarily offering, not voluntarily offering ill-begotten surveillance data for criminal prosecution.
Grace, can I stop you for a second? So I think one of the questions that we had was, if you scroll down just a little bit more, it basically says, unless it helps with somebody's defense. And I guess the concern there would be is how would we know that it would help with somebody's defense if we destroyed it? Like, so the timing issue is potentially something we should address. But just for conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my concern about the.
Yep, you're right. It was your concern.
Is how do you, without an active discovery going on, how would you know that it could potentially be in the future helpful for defense? Once it's gone, that's not an option, correct?
Yeah, if it was deleted or destroyed, I don't think there's a way of retrieving it. I mean, we would destroy it in the same manner we do with other city records. But likely there would be some requirement to retain it for some minimum period of time under the Records Act, but exactly what that is, I think, will depend on the nature of the information.
Yeah, I would be concerned that, data could be destroyed in an accelerated manner because it could be utilized in defense if we didn't keep it for, if we didn't have a set timeline that it was kept for before this happened, it could be arbitrary.
I was just going to say, it seems to me that digital data, because it degrades after a while, maybe there should be something that says, because like you said, you don't know what's for defense. You don't know, somebody may if they're incarcerated and it's found out that there's some other stuff, it would probably behoove us, if we're going to be adding rules about stuff that we don't really know about, you might want to just make sure you get a hard copy of everything, whether it be pictures, whether it be verbiage, whether it be whatever files or something, that everything would have to be kept in a hard copy. And then we're not held responsible for that. That falls to the court system to hold those kinds of that kind of data for however long. Example is that, like, murder has no statute of limitations. I don't know what the statute of limitations for something else like theft or rape or so on and so forth would be. But if we find out that a person's, license plate or just the wrong car, the wrong model or something like that, was made a difference in their being found guilty or not guilty. And the police department they're the ones doing the evidence finding. Yeah, I would think you'd want to keep that somewhere on a hard copy.
I don't think that's the practice anymore.
I think that would be the practical practice, since, like I said, digital stuff does degrade.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Sharice.
So if
Okay.
I feel like, Sharice, maybe I can expand on this. So I feel like a video or a still picture would be something that could be printed, right? And so I think your concern would be, which is actually a little bit opposite of this, that electronic files can quote-unquote disappear. I'm going to just say disappear for lack of a better word, and it's 10/24. So what I'm hearing you say is that data that is collected by surveillance technology that doesn't agree with this ordinance, you're concerned with electronic information disappearing could be addressed by actual hard copies of the information. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Paper copies of some sort, photos, whatever, print it out and keep it. And that would become the responsibility of records someplace else, and Darcy's saying no.
May I clarify here too that at least section 7 is only talking about information from surveillance technology that was not allowable, that's in contravention to this ordinance. So this is only talking about if, say, we used drones without approval from drones, or they weren't, it was outside of the policy, or whatever it may be. This is only for if we're using surveillance technology that is not in line with this ordinance. If we're talking about the ones that are, that's going to be a separate record-keeping system that I think we're going to have to get into with each individual thing, and there's already processes to do that.
Okay. Whatever.
Okay, and then the next thing that I think is going to take a longer discussion is about the role of the CPRB in this, which I don't think we're going to be able to resolve tonight.
Correct. But if I would, if I may highlight that we got a review of those ordinances from our city attorney and some, I think that went out to everyone. So for that, for your consideration, and also I think it would be great to hear from the boards themselves. We had the CPRB chair, but I think if we're going to talk about making decisions for those boards, it would be great to include them.
I'm gonna say this out loud. Since the board chair for the CPRB has been working a lot on creating this, I think he's got a bias in this. I think he's creating more of a role for the area that he controls and wants to have more effect there. And so, you know, I know he's doing this with the best of intentions, but I don't want to have this conversation without acknowledging that this is trying to pull more things into that span of control, and we have to make sure that that's not being done for those for that kind of reason.
You're entitled to your opinion. I disagree. I don't think that's how this worked. Remember that this section was added later on, maybe 7 months after the first version was proposed, that Tony had helped draft. So being someone who has worked on this for over a year and knowing mine and Tony's involvement, I would say that is not the case. He helped draft all of this without any part of CPRB being in place. I added this section based on best practices from ACLU that they recommended that there was oversight, and CPRB and HRC seem to be the appropriate commissions. So I understand, I appreciate the optics of that, and you entitle your opinion, but I will say, in my opinion, that's absolutely not the case, and based on the timeline of how these things happened, I think that's not the case at all.
Yes, Mary Alice?
One option that I think we should consider is changing the word from shall to may. So the Civilian Police Review Board may review each surveillance technology, and it just, and Grace and I didn't come to an agreement on this because one of the things that I was trying to alleviate here was the workload of CPRB, but also the fact of trying to figure out how that review would be handled at the city level. So the may gives them potentially the opportunity to do it, but it doesn't mandate it.
And that's going to have to be the last word, because
Yep.
we have run out of time.
10:28.
And we will continue this discussion at, can we have some time for this on the city council agenda as well? Make progress? All right. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Okay, I was just gonna say thank you, Grace.
Thank you, Grace.
I'm telling you, 3 hours is really my limit. I can't maintain the level of concentration beyond